Hello. You ready for some more farming? Welcome back. Hope you're all doing wonderfully well today. Well done, Dupe with first, Mike with fourth, Erica with second. Good afternoon, Dupe. Welcome back. Hello, Meaty. Hello, Twid. Di with third. Oh, Zam. Too late, unfortunately. Sheba has grabbed Sheba, though. Good morning, Sen. Soloing Battle for Desire Law is fine, right up to the lower council. Hate that fight since there's no way to solo it. Yet. Keep in mind that Blizzard hasn't made their solo pass over any of Battle for Azeroth at all yet. That will happen, it will come. They've shown that they do that. It's just a matter of time, of waiting, of being patient. It will happen. But luckily, we have how many expansions prior to that to farm up all that stuff first? We'll get there. Hello, Sheba. It is blue. Is here indeed. Left the blue. Good afternoon. Good morning, Jin. His lips have turned blue. Would you like to know what number in queue you are to have made that joke over the 7.5 years that I have been streaming, Mike? Alrighty. Right, I kind of want to get into it. It feels like it's been such a long time because we didn't do any collecting. We did do some on Monday with the fundathon, but we didn't do like our Sunday kind of thing. So I kind of want to dive straight into it, and I don't really have anything much to tell you because I've been asleep for most of the weekend. Something is wrong. I'm not well, and that's fine. But I have been sleeping an embarrassing amount, and coming off a Friday stream where I was like, I didn't have to have a nap today, and then I've spent I went grocery shopping yesterday, and then passed out and slept until like 7:30, and then we dyed my hair, and then I had like trash sleep yesterday. Got up, washed my hair, like washed the dye out of my hair, and then slept the rest of the day again. Like I've accomplished nothing this weekend, and it feels like shit. So that's me. I hope you guys have all had a much better weekend than I've had so far, and hopefully my lack of productivity will mean that RNGesus smiles upon me. But look, what's the chances of that happening? Is approximately the count of that. Okay, good. Let's go. Stream Raiders. Diving fair time. Amazing. I guess 7. Oh, so many more than that, Erica. So many more. It's like up in the 30s or 40s by now. It's fucking ridiculous. You are not 1,701st. I don't think I've had that many. I wonder how many individual people we've had actually chat in the chat box. Wait, where am I going? This one. Good. Okay. Off we go. Across the top. Fear goes embarrassing at all. Glad to see you prioritizing yourself and your health. But I'm not. That's the problem, though. Something is wrong. Like, sleeping that much is not a sign of health or taking care of oneself, really. It's a problem, and I need to go back and see the doctor again, but I don't really have time to do that, unfortunately. Right, all right, let us hop. Let me put down some battle plans, and then we'll go back out here, turn in those quests. Like, letting yourself nap when you need it is one thing, but when it's literally been 8 hours in the middle, it's not a nap anymore, it's a sleep. It's like 8 hours in the middle of the day, and everything else falls behind because you've been sleeping instead of doing. It's a real problem. It is a real problem, and I am no doubt unwell, but I mean, what the hell is new? What's new? Accomplish sleep? Yeah, not really. Because I still feel like shit. I'm still tired. I still want to go back to bed. Something's wrong. Signed off with high blood pressure, no medication. Chill out, Nazareth. Who am I to argue? Absolutely. Wanted by sleep? Yeah, it's almost like I'm sleeping, but it's not restful or something. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I will talk to my doctor about it the next time I see her, which no doubt will be at some point relatively soon. What is in here? Oh. Oh, King's Rest. I mustn't have eluded the thing. Okay, sure. Alright, so. Molten Core. Thou shalt give me my pattern, shan't you? Oh shit, I'm on, I gotta change my settings again.
Let me confer with my sources. No.
Hi, Amos. I know you mean well, but I'm not interested in medical advice from random strangers on the internet. Thank you anyway.
Positively 100% yes.
If my doctor, who knows my extensive medical history, is concerned about that, then I'm sure she will send me for blood tests. But beyond that, yeah, it's, I don't tend to, with all my comorbidities, I don't tend to take medical advice from the internet in general, let alone people who I cannot verify their medical qualifications. I mean, no offense, it's just for my own health and safety. Good. Alrighty, there we go. We've got all the settings where they should be. Oh, no, we don't. Account mode. Whoops! Weed is illegal in Australia, so no thank you. We don't break the law here. Where are we? Working out with the doctor. Eat a smart cookie, that's it. Make a professional knowledge your personal circumstances. Dish out unwarranted advice. That's the one. That's the one. Alrighty.
Glory to the Sindor.
Let us hop on to the Molten Core. Yeah. Dadgo. Fucking dadgo. Oh, dearie me. My Sunday runs of ashes. Hopefully there'll be a mount command at some point. Amazing, Mike. Best of luck. I hope it drops for you. What, how many attempts are you up to now? It's after tax time, cashing out something to pay bills. Parents pushed me out of tax bracket. That's not the ideal way to do it, but I mean, yay. Righty. Let us scoot on in here. And look, if people are experiencing financial hardship, keep in mind that there are a lot of programs, especially, like, I only know about Australia, obviously, but I'm guessing that there would be some similar sorts of dealies around the world, but there are programs in order to help you pay, like, necessary expenditure without having to become indebted to banks or to family members or friends or any of that kind of stuff. Often if you call the bill company directly and let them know that you're experiencing financial hardship. I know in Australia especially, there's a bucket load of different things that you can apply for and receive. There's also like educational resources and help to kind of figure out how to get you back on track so you can afford your bills and other stuff as well. There's a whole bucket load of stuff that's really useful that doesn't involve putting other people at a disadvantage. Because that's, that just creates a cycle, doesn't it? And that's not helpful to anybody. But yeah. First step is always to give them a call and just see, even if it's like a payment plan of some kind, there's always something that might be able to help. Encountering none of the characters used for the runs though. Oh, you're not using Rarity, or like Rarity was installed after. Well, no, for Ashes, Rarity can count retroactively because it just looks at your Kael'thas kills. So if you install Rarity and then log through all the tunes you've been using, it'll count the statistic and it'll add it up for you. How good's that? All automatically. My starting MC and all my eligible ults have been farming Thunder Fury, my paladin. After several years, still only have one binding. Yeah, Dark Iron sells for an average of 19 gold on the AH as well. Yeah, I got my Thunder Fury by accident. Because every time I was coming through here to run for like bits of transmog and stuff like that, I got Thunder Fury well before I got all my set pieces, for example. So I was just running on everything, killing all the bosses, trying to get all the bits of transmog. And if I got a binding on a toon, I just held on to it. And then eventually I was like, oh shit, that's the second one. Hey! And then I went from there and I just knocked it out in like a day or two or a couple days or whatever the hell it was. So yeah, by all means, if you're looking for Thunder Fury, 100% run it on every toon that can use it. The more chances you have, it's a numbers game, right? More chances you have. Oh, fucking goodness. That's still financial hardship though, Di. They could have still gotten like a hold on their bills and stuff like that. All I'm saying is that there are things out there to help that aren't, hey, can you pay my bills for me? That's all. Like, I've had to use them before as well. It's a very, very common thing and no one fucking talks about it because everyone's embarrassed about their financial situation. But the time to be precious about this shit is over. Especially in Australia, we're looking at economic downturn, we're looking at a fucking recession on the horizon, and we need to be less precious about that shit. If you need help, the help is out there. Take it. That is literally what it's designed for. Yes, there may be people who are more in need than you. There will also be people who are less in need than you, and this is a you as in general, everybody. If you meet the eligibility requirements, then that is there for you specifically. Take it. It's far better than sitting on your hands and getting yourself into worse shit and affecting your credit score and all that kind of bullshit. Get the help. It's there. Accept the help. So say they did, Zam, they did. Well, not the whole thing, but at least part of it. Oh, congrats. Thank you. Yeah, it's when you're running it on, you know, bloody 50 toons, what I was running it on before, I think. Oh no, it must have been 60 because it was the start of this year, wasn't it? But yeah, when you're running it on that many toons, stuff drops. Like you, obviously when you're targeting one specific item, it's a pain in the ass. But like when you actually get down to, when you're just like farming for a ton of things, like everything starts dropping. Falling from the rafters, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So Sam delivers to men 900 chances. Well, you'll need a handful of accounts for that, Rump, but you can do it, I'm sure. Wait, hang on. Math. Ah! What is the math? Can you get 900 in a week? 60 by 8? No, you can get 480. You can get more than half that many attempts. Although technically the bindings drop from two different whatsits, don't they? So you could technically have 960 attempts at a binding each week. You just have to make sure that all of those characters are able to use Thunder Fury. There you go. Math. Woo! And people in this economy, right? This fucking economy can suck it. As can this plan. I'm so sad. Where? Why? Why it no happen? Why? God damn it. Alright. So, next thing on the list is Black Fathom Deeps. So I reckon we're gonna go do a 1 hour lack of BFD, and then I'll move on to my next collection-y stuff, which is Blackrock Depths, and I have to do there are Alliance quests in BRD, so I have to get those done. But first, we're gonna do a lack of BFD. I had 2 clients the other day. Magistrates suspended their fines, i.e. don't have to pay if they stay on the right side of law for X months because it's tough in Australia. Amount amongst my clients' other personal circumstances. Yeah, like it's probation instead of a fine. And that, yeah. And like that, and that's with like potentially criminal matters, right? So thinking about something that's not criminal, like if you're a perfectly law-abiding citizen and you're just struggling to pay a particular bill, first step is to call the bill issuing entity. So your electric company or the phone company or whatever it happens to be. Give them a call. Vast majority of them, you know, when you get the press 1 for this shit, when you go through that, most of them actually, like if you go through like paying your bill option, they will actually have a number dedicated to a financial hardship line. Not all of them, but a lot of them do, especially these days. So if you go directly through there, especially if you do it before the bill is due. If you're doing it after, like if you're 3, 4, 5 months behind and then you're calling them to be like, oh shit, I mean, yes, they'll help out. But if you let them know ahead of time, like, hey, look, I'm not going to be able to make this bill in time. What are my options? There's a lot more flexibility on what they will do if you front up and like say it yourself kind of thing, rather than having to send you to collections and have to pay external, like often they'll have to send it to an external agency to actually chase you for the money. Once that stuff starts happening, shit gets a lot harder. Again, I've had that happen. It fucking blows when you get a bloody summons in the mail and you're like, what the fuck is this? When you didn't even know there was a bill that was there. And then like, it's just, there's a whole lot of stuff. So yeah, financial hardship is not embarrassing. It's not a blemish on your record. It's not, a lot of the time, it's not even an individual's fault. It's just shit circumstance. And if you pay attention to your, like, do a budget. Even if you don't do a budget, like just go over your bank account every so often and just see where the expenditure's going and stuff like that. Keep an eye on your money. You earned that. You put hard effort in to earn that fucking money. Keep an eye on it. And, you know, there's a lot of free educational resources around, like, financial education. It's something that we don't tend to see a lot of, you know, how to do a budget and how to read your bank statements and figure out where all your money is going and all that kind of stuff. It's not immediately obvious to a lot of folk. And there's a lot of free educational resources out there to help you learn how to do that kind of stuff. And especially in times like this, where there are a whole lot of signs that we're heading into a recession, it's important to keep an eye on. Especially for folks like me, who, like, a whole chunk of my income is derived from other people's income. Well, you know, sayonara full-time fare, out she goes. But it's, yeah, it's really important to keep your finger on the pulse of that kind of stuff. It's a lot easier to handle before shit hits the fan, rather than trying to clean it all up. Take care of yourselves in every way. I mean it when I say it. Take care of yourselves. It's not just mentally or physically, or like, there's so many different ways to take care of yourself. And I mean all of them. You can't skimp on any of the areas. Fire up ATT, may as well get the other cool stuff as well. Hell yes, and absolutely. My 8-hour drive home today, I spent 5 hours in Alabama, and I hope I never go there again. Oh no, Rump. What happened? Why was it terrible? So, I hope you never go there again, Rump. Ah, you get the MC thing first pull. Huh? You get the MC thing first pull. I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry, Erica. I don't know. I heard it's a great place for family trips. Maybe support people's expedition to excise the state from the continent. Oh no. I work for a utility company in the US. There's a load of stuff available. Oh, good. So for US, because you know me, I can only really speak to Australian stuff a lot of the time. But it's really good to know that there's a lot of similar programs and things in the US, Erica. That's fantastic to know. I'm so glad. Thank you for sharing. Most bill senders are pretty willing to do either a pause or payment plan straight up. Here's the thing. They want their money. They're not going to get it now. If you come to them and say, I am experiencing financial hardship, they ain't going to get their money. The only way they're going to be able to get that money is if they work with you on an extended term to try to pay as much of it as you can. They want their money. They're going to do whatever they can to make sure you are able to give them their money. And if they help you through through your financial hardship, there is a higher likelihood that you will stay with them with brand loyalty, because I stay with such and such because they helped me in my time of need. And because you'll know that if you experience it again, that those tools are there to help you, you're more likely to stick with them. And if you become destitute and you no longer have an electrical connection, you no longer can afford a phone, then they're going to get $0 out of you. It is in their best interest to help you get back to a position where you can pay them. Think about it from the selfish perspective, and it makes perfect sense why they offer you these dealies. But yeah, no, there are a lot of amazing, amazing options. It's really quite good. Yeah, not all, like, obviously places like Netflix ain't gonna help you with that, but for actual, you know, necessary services and shit like that, the options are out there. Don't be afraid of taking those steps. It's Alabama. No one should have to go to Alabama. I don't understand. Like, I mean, I just don't understand. So if someone happens to live in Pennsylvania, I can go in detail for what options are there. Oh, lovely. It's the same with insurance company. Car accident, always with negotiating. Yeah, enlightened self-interest is a very real thing for sure, Di, for sure. And look, I'm so sorry if any of this makes you feel called out. That was not ever my intention. It kind of clicked in saying like, oh shit, not my intention. I'm not saying that you did a bad thing or any of that, not at all. You were incredibly selflessly helpful, and that's amazing and awesome. Just that not everyone has the option to reach out to someone like that. So I wanted to make sure that if anyone else, if that was sort of hitting a nerve for anybody, that they knew that there was stuff out there, because it is there and it's not talked about often, and it should be talked about more often. So thank you for inspiring the conversation. Fuck, I should have think, oh no, Rump, do you want me to give them back? Suck it, I can't actually. I actually can't. I don't have the option to hand those back to you. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Rump. Oh shit, it's July. I just realized. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Very kind and generous of you. Today is the first stream in the Partnership Plus eligibility period. I just realized. Fuck. And I didn't do up a little counter thingy because I've been asleep for the past 2 days. Fuck, another thing on the to-do list. Good. Not that we're anywhere close. You need 350 paid subs. And I believe I sit around the 90 to 95 mark most months. So I'm not, I'm miles off, but it's interesting to see. Don't remind me of this, July already good. July training post woo, happy plasmas. Good lord. Well, because gifted subs don't count. It's paid subs. Prime subs don't count. Has to be paid subs from an individual for themselves on their own account. Around 2 weeks, the fuck is he going out the window? Out the window, can I claim your map from Prime? Oh yeah, I have to update my Prime thingy. That's right, shit. God. All of these things that I am doing very, very badly at. Where's the bot? Come here, bot. Commands. Where is World of Warcraft? Swift Shore Strider Mount claim. Alright, so Prim. Editor. Time before July 28. And claim your, excuse me, Swift Shore Strider. Now, why do they capitalize mount? I hate it. Submit. Done! Fixed. And then while I'm here, I will also claim it. Good. Magic! How super quick was that? Mount! Ah! That's it. That's it. Rump delivers the right kind of incendiary devices. Going back on track of 15th this month. The people is that rich people can and will use every single thing they can to reduce what they pay, including on school uniforms or asterisks. One should ever feel the slightest bit of guilt about making the most of programs or reduce their overheads. That's literally it. That's the like one of the big reasons why some people are so flush with cash is because they know the system, they know what's available to them, and they take advantage of all of those things. They have the time, because they, you know, as their coffers increase, they have more, because time is money, friend, they have more time to shop around and find the best deal and employ a broker who will hunt on their behalf and get them the absolute best deal they can on whatever it is that they're purchasing or paying off or whatever. And they do that regularly, so that they pay as little as possible on whatever it is they're trying to get. Not all of us have the luxury of time to be able to shop around and stuff, especially if it's an item that we need quite immediately. We don't have the time to sit there for a couple of weeks and wait for specials and things like that. But they do, and they do. And so should we, as much as we possibly can, for sure. Do sub sandwiches count? I don't know what a sub sandwich is. Oh, as in like an actual, I thought you were trying to, like some cute little Twitch thing. No, sub sandwiches don't. Hey, it did. Mount Camp +1. Thank you very much, Sam. To charge again. Well done, dupe. Fantastic news. Brilliant. Right. I don't have my speed set, because I'm an idiot. Can I access my bank from here? Or am I doubly an idiot? I think I'm doubly an idiot. It's fine. It's fine. Fia, have you ever eaten a Charleston chew? I don't know. Treasure of Charleston chew in its heaven. Charleston chew. Am I gonna regret this? No. Chewy chocolate flavored nougat wrapped in a rich chocolatey coating. Marshmallow flavored nougat covered in chocolate flavored coating. This one says chocolate flavored. That looks like a Mars bar, but they've kind of dried the nougat down a bit. And there's no caramel. And then there's a strawberry one. And this Australian store is selling them for $4.75 each, which I have a feeling is not what you're paying. There you go. I haven't. But I mean, it's chocolate and nougat. How bad could it be? Sounds like a euphemism. Rump wouldn't do that, absolutely would, but not here. Into the chat to rich chocolatey coating. Yum, indeed. Charleston chews going to the box. Got it. 250 to 3, I think. I still need to find you kangaroo jerky. I'm having some difficulties.
Baby tuna na 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 baby tuna na na na.
Alright, we are zoning in. Fuck the speed set. We're just not doing it for this one. I'm not gonna win, but that's fine. Let us... Have I got these turned on? I do. So let us kick off a loot appraiser challenge. Black. Fathom deeps. It's gonna be 60. Oh my god, unlock 60 minutes. I'm gonna send those invites and I'm gonna check because I'm offline, aren't I? I am. Good. I'm gonna send it again. I found a place up here that does kangaroo jerky. Oh, did you? Is it any good or is it like crap? Can absolutely source kangaroo jerky and get you somewhere to order from if you want. No, it's okay, Di. I'm looking for relatively specific stuff, so it's all good. all good. I'm also on an incredibly strict budget, so it's not like I can ship shit in. Oh, thank you, Sika. Such online about it. I most certainly am, Nick. I have to use my join. Perfect. Totally fine. Thank you for the offer, though, Di. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Jazz. Welcome back. Wait, where did the... Oh, there it goes. I'm like, where did the description go? So no one's joining me. We all out. What is a ludicrous challenge? It's fun. It's a thank you, Zam. I was in the process of typing it. You beat me to it. Basically, you run a dungeon endlessly and you get loot to drop, and then you sell it on the auction house and you make gold. It's a challenge because you're not in a group with other people, but the add-on connects to other people. Erica, thank you so much for the biddies. The add-on connects to other people and puts you on a leaderboard. There is no, like, some people run it with prizes and shit like that. I don't. It's just for funsies. But yeah, we've done a bucket load of them before. It's pretty simple and straightforward and kind of difficult to explain beyond that. It'll be ours, not a worry. Earn as much as possible. Yeah, basically. Except of course it's not actually earnings, it's prospective earnings or theoretical earnings. I've only recently come across build songs, some really good, some I'm not a fan of at all. Yeah, it's definitely the way. It's definitely the way. You can also join from EU. Yeah, now that you've got now that our Battle.net friends list is cross-region, has been for a little while. You can join from cross-region because it does it all via your Battle.net friends list. Not on a server or a region or anything like that. So, yeah. Right, so I would say people can join as they desire, but you can't really do that unless there's an actual challenge running, and I've got 0 accepting, so I'm just going to do it myself. Which is totally fine. Totally fine. We can still see numbers, we can still hear the dings. We just won't have a leaderboard, and that's okay. Sleep now. Rest well, Rumple. See you next time. Thank you so much again for the subs. So unbelievably generous. 4991. And we add another one to the list. Told you guys, every time I wear blue lipstick, the comments about me being dead, drowning, or lacking oxygen, they flow like water. This is why I don't do it particularly often. Because everyone thinks it's so funny and so clever. In actuality, it is an aesthetics choice. No, Zam did not enter. And that's alright, Zam's probably busy. There's something else happening. And that's totally fine. It is not normal that we start one this early in the day, so Zam may have other stuff going on. Battle time! Do 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 do. Thank you. Some permanent lurk, network problems. Oh no, Zam. I hope you find a solution soon. That really sucks.
Useless, Gamora. Soon you will be. Wait, it's too soon.
Network issues are the blurst. They are the blurst. Right. Oopsie, wrong window. Joe and Time, congratulations to both of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Heading towards that skin chest. Oh, excuse me. Flag bearer. We're getting assist from buffing in there too, so hopefully get both of them up a bit.
Please, you must save the others before Dominus sacrifices them.
Resolution, new modem, try everything else. Oh shit, Sam. Yeah. I know the feeling. It's an unfortunate one. Oh my god, would you just... There we go. Keeping a close eye on the shipping of my computer parts. Very excited. Delivery is expected between Monday and Thursday. Hardware solutions.
No, please! I don't want to die like
To learn how to use a new type of thing.
Who dares interrupt my
Fractal have sent me something that I have never used before. So I'm very keen to read the fucking manual and learn how to do it. Great. What else did you get again? GPU, CPU, motherboard. And Fractal have sent me a case, PSU, and cooling. I will be using the RAM and hard drives from my existing PC. It's Monday, Tuesday mostly. Oh. Public holidays and stuff, I imagine. Read the manual? Fuck yeah, I do. Fuck yeah, I do.
By the
Absolutely.
Sunwell.
Hazuki, thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well today. Good morning, evening to you too. Good time zone. Most important stuff all new. That was the point. That was the point. My PC is approaching like somewhere around the 5-year mark. I can't remember exactly the date. But yeah, she's about 5 years old now. So she's in need of a... Usually I aim to do a rebuild every 4 to 5 years. And last time I did a rebuild, I don't remember exactly what I replaced, but I know I didn't replace everything. I know for a fact I didn't replace the case. But I can't remember what else I did, but it wasn't a complete and full rebuild. So this is, again, not complete new, like I've got 2 single sticks of RAM, not a pair, 2 single sticks, and one of them was purchased this year, so that's still pretty new. But the other RAM and the hard drives are of varying ages. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty significant refresh, which is really good. She's in need of it. And she's gonna approximately halve in physical size as well, which is really nice. I have an enormous case at the moment, like a big fucking case. She's about half my height. And I mean, I know I'm only 5'3", but that's still a really tall case. Ooh. So yeah, I'm keen for a slightly smaller size form factor. It'd be nice. It'll be nice. Stream most of the build. Put everything together except for the RAM and the hard drives, and then... Oopsie. Wrong sparkle. And then shut off the stream, and yank out the drives and the RAM, and reinstall, and then do all the boring shit. Turning it on, making sure all the programs work, all that shit. One of the super towers. I don't know what that means. Thank you, Avi. I'm very happy for myself as well. Take many photos for socials. Yeah. All the photos. All the photos. It'll be really nice. I'll be able to actually Spirit Fractal on socials finally. Because I mean, like, their stuff is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And they're a sponsor, so it's, yeah, I'm really looking forward to being able to, like, share my own personal experiences working with the brand and stuff like that. It'll be great.
Are still alive.
It'll be great.
Stop them. The ritual must not be disturbed.
Speaking of socials, indeed. I was planning on doing some more work on that spreadsheet this weekend, and then sleep did its thing, so that's fine. So everyone, don't release the magic smoke. Yeah, no. If you let the smoke out, the computer stops working, and that's not a great thing, especially when you rely upon it for your income. Both incomes. I work from home half of my time for my day job. So, like, literally, I can't let the smoke out. Dad taught me that when I was, like, 8, 9, I think. I thought it was so funny. Dad was the funniest person on the planet when I was young. He would like to think he still is. Defo don't do that. Yep, for sure. Nah, I've only ever let the magic smoke out once. However, I'm not actually sure it was the magic smoke. It could have been. Okay, so when I was living in Sydney, my house exploded. It's a long story. Just the house exploded. It wasn't on fire. It went bang, and then there was a lot of smoke. And I was evacuated and had to, like, go and speak to police and emergency services and all this kind of stuff. And then a couple of weeks later, when they declared the dwelling fit for occupancy, we went back, and I basically took pressurized air to most of the insides of my PC, because the thing is, when there's a lot of smoke, eventually the smoke settles. And so everything in the house was covered with this fine, it was like dust, except it was like carbon black and smelled like burning, because it was smoke from a house explosion. And so I pulled the PC not all the way apart, like I left everything plugged in, but I took the case off and stuff, and kind of got in there and blasted out as much of the grit and stuff that I could. And then I turned it on, and it went, except the squirt, the sound was more like a pop than anything else. And yeah, and then I was like, huh, and then it didn't turn back on again. And then when I was like, what? And I actually took a look at it, yeah, turns out that pressurized air doesn't do so well at getting into the power supply. Dark, thank you so much for the resub. Much appreciated. Those from India and John Freelance again. Oh, there you go. Amazing. I'm guessing from the smiley face that was like an intended change and that you wanted that to happen. So congratulations. That's wonderful news. But yeah, so I can't be, I'm not entirely convinced that I let the magic smoke out. I think it may have just been all of everything kicking up on the inside and spitting out what I hadn't been able to get out with the pressurized air, but also the not so magic smoke caused the magic smoke to do its thing. So, yeah, only time I've ever lost a PC, like proper lost a PC. Everything else I've replaced before it's proper died, which is fun. Yep, brilliant. It's my job, sent a PC of their own. Brilliant. Yeah, I work for a not-for-profit, so no way in fucking hell could they possibly have afforded PCs for the office and for at home. So, yeah. Some people, we got rid of their desktops and gave them a laptop so they could work from home during COVID, because we couldn't afford to have one of both, but they didn't have a home PC. Because they're, you know, different people, different types of people exist. Oh, I didn't fucking reset. I'm an idiot. I always do this. Aaron Can is awesome. Used to clean my toaster. I was doing an event years ago. Yeah, years and years and years ago. Like when I was still in uni, Like, actually probably close to 10 years ago now. No, more than. Fuck me. Jesus, there you go. All right, good. Time. Who the fuck is she? There they go! Amazing! Enjoy the Freedom Dark. I think my window's going out. Feels looking a kid higher. So that's 3 today. Yep, good. All right. I told you guys. I told you. Hey, Fallon. Hope you're doing well today. It can be risky using canned air sometimes. It can. Yeah, you got to use it properly. You got to actually follow the directions. You know, RTFM, like we were saying before.
Help us! The Twilight's hammer be fixed into
But yeah, if it's super sensitive, super delicate stuff, don't use it. Is generally a pretty good plan. Keyboards, fuck yeah, go nuts. Internals of PCs, be really fucking careful. Like really careful. And then anything more delicate than that, don't even think about it. But yeah. And really take heed of the part where they say to use it in short bursts. Because you can really, like, some things do not like the cold. And you can really screw them over, hey. Lightning will do it, let's do Gaming Beast and Mac G4 to that. See, have I just been lucky or what? Because every single home that I have lived in has had fucking surge protection. Is this like... Everyone talks about, oh, I have to turn the stream off because there's a lightning storm coming in. It's like, why? Like, even if the power goes out, my computer just shuts down. Like, there is surge protection in my apartment and in my building. And, like, I don't understand why people are so afraid of, like, electronics with lightning. Especially, like, when you're in a dwelling. If you're outside or something, well, then obviously. But I don't really see much of a situation in which a gaming PC would be used outdoors. But yeah, I don't understand the whole fear there. Like, surge protection is widely available. I just got here. How goes the grinding? Yeah, so far so good. It doesn't matter if you just got here, Fallon. It was more a comment that I made at the very start of stream when someone made a comment about my lips, and I'm like, what number in the queue do you reckon you are to have made that sort of a comment? And I'm like, it happens a lot more than you guys might think. And so every time someone has come in here and made the comment, I'm reiterating the fact that this is why I don't wear blue lipstick on stream. Because it's I have to make like every single comment about me looking like I'm drowning or asphyxiating or whatever is hilarious, when in actual fact it's been that many fucking people who have said that kind of thing, and it's just like, yeah. So I don't wear it anymore. I took a chance today and I'm regretting it. So, you know, it's just being open and honest about how I feel and my experiences. Ring of Fates is now my home. Taking one of my alts through Chrome anytime Shadowlands. Enjoy. Picturing me moving my desktop outside in a thunderstorm. Might I gently recommend against potentially doing that? Although maybe you'll be fine as long as you don't have like a key on a kite flying, you know, attached to a wet string attached to your PC. But no, you're yeah, I guess maybe some places just don't have as robust protection against power surges and stuff. But yeah, I've always lived in places that have had it, so maybe I think it's more widely spread than it actually is. Stop doing that. Don't like the errors, they're annoying. Houses built before 90s don't have surge protection unless refitted. Yeah, but you can get, like, how many of you actually have your computers plugged directly into the power point versus using a power board that has surge protection built in? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there are multiple levels to the thing as well. I didn't mean to input it also. I actually like it. Oh, I'm glad. That's wonderful to hear. Camping under a lone tree on a hill in a thunderstorm. It'd make one hell of a stream. And up until, you know, your death and banning from Twitch. But then again, I mean, If you're dead, do you care? Probs not. I always have UPS on my things. That's kind of what I thought, like... I don't know. Oh well. We're getting quite a few worthwhile drops today. That pagan rod was quite nice. 40 something K. But of course I'm gonna learn it, because I don't know it. But still no zone drops yet, unfortunately. Oh, we're only 18 minutes in, so maybe we'll see some at some point. So there's only what you said about dwellings, apartments had circuit breakers, sustained than houses. Well, I mean, I'd specifically spoken about surge protection, and I said the apartment that I'm in has like stuff at the apartment level and at the building level. But I mean, I've also got like I genuinely didn't think that I needed to mention power boards as specific, considering that I'd said surge protection in general. But I guess yeah, sure. But that's yeah. You find for anything particular types of stuff you don't have. I mean, stuff I don't have. The only things I don't have from here now are the zone drops, which is why I'm just doing it for an hour. Just as many runs as I can get in, get them done, and then move on to the next spot. Because I do have a TSM group for purchasing. Oh, it's squad day tomorrow. I do have a TSM group for purchasing them, but obviously I would rather have them drop, because the less gold I have to spend, the better. Yeah, we'll get there. One day.
The intruders are still alive.
I'm never gonna do, cause you know BRD, the other one that we've been running, let's try that again. The other one that we've been running, for bits and pieces, yeah, Blackrock Depths. I'm not ever gonna do Looter Praiser challenges for that. It's such a shit dungeon to run lax for. It's so long, and it's just, oh, it's a nightmare. So I'm not gonna do it for those, but I also don't want to spend 200k on a fucking zone drop. It just feels gross, you know. Save things from going down when power goes out. Better just shut things down safely. Right. Right, so Twitch allows us to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes in order to turn off pre-rolls. Turning off pre-rolls can be beneficial to a channel as it can help facilitate channel growth. If you don't want to see ads, you can either subscribe to the channel. If you subscribe directly without Prime, you'll also be helping us on our way to Partnership Plus, which is a whole new thing as of this month. Or you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which will get you ad-free viewing across the entire platform without affecting creator income. If you do see ads, you may not see the full 3 minutes. There's a variety of factors that can influence that. And if you do see ads, you do see the full 3 minutes, you may see 3 ads, 6, 9. It's not about the number of ads that you're seeing, it's about the total duration of the ad break. Because it's a bit of a longer break, it's a really great opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack. Take care of yourself, and we will see you when you return. I very much appreciate those of you who stick around through the ad breaks. My ad revenue for May was 11% of the total Twitch revenue for the month, which is certainly not insignificant. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you after this. My June numbers aren't quite there yet. I can't do the calcs yet, because I'm still missing a day of because I streamed on the 30th. It can take up to 3 or 4 days for it to figure out exactly how much you earn from ads. So I can't do the calc just yet. It'll be off. VOD runs so long, stops being fun and becomes a short. Yeah, and even then, when you do an hour Loot Appraiser challenge, you get like 2.5 runs in, if that. Like, if that. It's a pain in the ass. So yeah, not worth running. Thank you, Mike, for the ads command. Much appreciated. Stretch and hydrate, indeed. 10 years, fantastic, Shane. It sounds like I hate having autism. You mentioned A and B. I respond to A and B. Clearly a mistake. Oh, it's fine, Midi. I was just like, yeah, the conversation in general was about people turning off their streams during a thunderstorm because they were afraid of losing their gear. And there are so many things that you can do to stop that. Like, if your home has surge protection, that's great. But if it doesn't, you can still get surge protection between your house and your gear. And that was what surprised me, that people would spend thousands of dollars on computer gear and then not spend 40, 50 bucks on a surge protected power board. That's kind of, to me, that's surprising, but I guess others have other priorities and that's okay. 10 minutes in queue. Is healer for him right now? Just stop playing. Oh, Neri. Oh dear. How we doing? I'm gonna equip that just before I forget to. There's one other piece that I can use but can't just yet. Oopsie.
Hey man, help us! The Twilight's hammer be fixed into sacrifice.
One word.
You should be honored, fools! You're... Intruders! Move the prisoners! Their flesh belongs to Lord Vathael.
Come on, you lot.
Come
Let's
along,
go.
heroes. The water is fine!
Zoom, zoom. For goodness sake. Under the water. There we go. Onwards to destiny. I could do something instead. The queue's gonna pop immediately. There's no chance to complain. I can't have that happen. I mean, you could leave it and walk away from the computer for approximately 12 seconds. That usually does it. Get just far enough away that the run back is slightly panicked. And that's how you get it to pop. Hey, Berry. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Weird cut through, like you can see it here. The slice through BFD where it's like not properly the zone is so weird. If I'm in kitty form, I drop to the bottom of the water. If I'm in travel form, I get shifted out of it. It's so, and it, on the other side as well, like it cuts through the whole room. So weird.
Shall unleash your fury on these meddling heroes.
Wait, it's too soon! No!
Oh, please, you must save the others before Dominus sacrifices them.
That's why I hit a few times. There you go. Good plan. Smart indeed. Any kind of crafty thing that you can do at your desk is a brilliant idea. Oh. Mall. Not learned. Why is it 0 of 2? What is it a currency for? Frequent burning field guard spawns? Oh my god. What are you up to? You said you were in LBRS? Are you farming that one weird trash drop that drops from just those? Or what's the... Complaining you helped? I'm in. Wonderful. Look, bitch and you shall receive. That's the way it works, right? Chat. Oh, totally fine. All good. Farming phase blade, ram drop from burning field guard, ram spawn from Scashi blocks. I remember those. Yeah. Dislike. Agreed. Fingers crossed you get more spawns. They're so gross. I don't like it! Agreed. Agreed. So like you pull all the warlocks and you try not to hurt them and then you go and like stand around a corner out of line of sight or something, don't you? Make them all run to you and then every so often just kind of explode and kill the demons you've got. Something like that. Ooh. Response and stream started. Portals. Ugh. Gross. I do not look forward to that part. But I'm a mile away from L, so hopefully... Oh, God. Working through it systematically works in theory. But it's such a slog for these bloody zone drops.
What? Guardian treasure.
Considering I'm not getting like any of them. Bit of a pain in the butt. Maybe next time I pop out to reset, I'll do a quick scan of the auction house and see if anything's up. On this server at least. I hope you get more spawns super soon. Of course, I accidentally had a single target spell proc for multi-one. Ah, I killed a lot. God damn it. Why can't procs behave? Like, clearly you don't want that one to die. It's just not very nice.
I delayed you long enough. Will rise.
Battle.
You are too late, heroes! The summoning of Akumai is complete! You won nothing!
Our hero, Akumai, arises from the depths. You have earned the honor of being the first he devours.
Miantos, Earth, Ifan, Mitu, and Shaka, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit, well done. We're heading into the skin chest.
Time until you belong to us.
That's what I wanted. Because I have long cooldowns. Beautiful. Alrighty. Let's do a real quick check and see
Have anything ancient to trade?
if any of my
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
stuff is up. Gross. I'm not paying 1.6 million for something stupid. Semi-reasonable.
If you find anything
Reset.
exotic,
Let's go.
bring it to me.
Ugh. Nasty. Alright.
Hey man, help us! The Twilight's Hammer.
You should be honored. Intruders, move the prisoners. Their flesh belongs to Lord Bathael. Come along, heroes.
I don't know who you can buy right now that you don't have. No idea. I'd say probably in the thousands, but maybe not too high into the thousands. Oh my god. Running along the seabed, that's fine.
Resisting my magic is useless, Gamora. Soon you will be under.
Wait! Wait, it's too soon! No!
Oh, please, you must save the others before Dominus sacrifices them.
Two-thirds of the way through. We're at 38 minutes, almost 40. We'll stop this at 60 minutes and then head on to Black Rock Depths. see if we can't get some more bop drops.
No, please! I don't want to die like... My flesh will be claimed by the old gods.
Wee sploosh. I think when you're like, ends count that as time on this blade. I have 8 drops left to get. 3 from rest. Oh, gross, meaty. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks, but I think that's probably a good decision. Welcome on in, Mersat. I hope you're doing well today. I'm not in the habit of doing things in exchange for payment. Just because it's a really slippery slope, especially as a woman on the internet. But I hope that you and your friend are having a wonderful day. And enjoying your weekend. Right, we good? No more sparkles? Except for the flesh, that's fine. Good, good. Interesting color lipstick. Thank you, Sass. It is pretty cool. It's called Rebellion. And it was a, collaboration between L'Oreal and Balmain, the fashion duvers. They had a selection of normal colors, and then this one. And I was like, ooh, shiny. The lipstick bullet's a bit cocked though. Bless. Not a worry, you too, Mercer. You too. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend.
Not be disturbed.
Yeah, I'm sure most of you would feel the same way if you were asked to lick peanut butter off your knee for payment. Yeah. Made me draw that line pretty damn quick.
Fall back to the sanctum, Lord Bazziel. Look, what? Guardian treasure!
I don't think I could make my tongue reach my knee for any amount of money. It was, quite early on in my streaming journey. Like, really early on. I'm talking like the first couple of months. And we had someone come in and said, I will pay you $80 to lick peanut butter off your knee. And I said, yeah, no thank you. I'm good. I'm not gonna do that. And they said, if you don't like peanut butter, you can use ketchup instead.
Long enough.
And I said, I think you're misunderstanding the part of this that I am having a problem with. Yeah. That's not happening.
You are too late.
That's kind of colored my perspective when someone says, hey, can you do this thing? I will give you money or will provide you with a sub or any of those kind of exchanges. My immediate thought is, right, what does this word mean in different languages? What kind of websites could this clip end up on? How are they planning to profit from my image doing this thing? What's the go? Am I gonna get in trouble? Are they gonna profit off me? Like, where's the catch? So to avoid all of those awkward, sticky, unfortunate questions, the rule is no. No matter how innocent the request seems to be, the answer is no. And the, of course, obvious exception to that is when we're doing charity events or subfest or that kind of stuff. I'm the one setting the terms. I'm saying, if you do this, I will do this. Therefore, I have thought that through, and if anything comes of that, that's Dark Moon Fair. Starting in half an hour, for those of you who are interested. Yeah, so that's kind of because I'm the one making the decision, and then you guys are deciding if you want to buy into that. Then if anything comes of that, then that's entirely on me. But yeah, it's just too much of a goddamn minefield out here. So I just don't. Much easier. For some reason, that tone of color reminds me of Zealander's Cold Steel look. I do know the reference. That's interesting. Color association, love it. That's ew, just based on the peanut butter. Then there's the rest of the egg factor. Yeah, look, it's I quite like peanut butter. We just finished a jar of it today, and I got another jar ready to go in the pantry. But that's not the point. Totally 100%. Not the point. Not say I know that's what you're saying. I know that that's what you're saying, but like, yeah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah.
Not everything in the ocean is as good looking or nice.
Actually, no, bugger that. I don't have to do that right now. It's not soulbound, that's just food, drink, food. Potion is fine. Soulbound. I'm pretty sure these are all gonna be E. Beautiful. Okay. Go. Migraine into work mode, oof. Honestly, only ever use people Saturday. Very fair. Very fair. It's the internet is a wonderful, lovely, fun place.
Hey man, help us! The Twilight's hammer be fixing to suck.
You should be honored, fools. You're...
I've been using peanut butter in my overnight oats.
Their flesh belongs
Just a
to
moment.
Bathael. Come along, hero. The water is
We
fine.
needed more jars, and so picked up peanut butter in a glass jar so that we can use the peanut butter and then keep the jar for usage. A little bit more expensive than regular peanut butter, but the way I'm viewing it is I'm not paying extra for the peanut butter, I'm paying for the jar and the peanut butter is the bonus. Because the jars that I was looking at buying were about the same price as the jar of peanut butter, so fuck it. Yeah, peanut butter and banana. With some sultanas for funsies. For a slight difference in texture. Yeah. Super tasty.
Resisting my magic is useless, Gamora. Soon you will be under mine.
Wait! Wait, it's too soon! No!
Oh, please, you must save the others before Dominus sacrifices them.
No, please! I don't want to die like this! My flesh will be claimed by the old gods.
I'm gonna go this whole hour without seeing a single zone drop, aren't I? This makes me sad. I'm gonna start working through getting those alliance quests done first, I think, for VOD. Then at least they're done and I can get rid of that little note and move on. 6 characters freshly installed already, says 24 attempts at Ash. So far, but probably more. Oh, absolutely. There'd be more than that. Excuse me. As you keep going through all the tunes. And hot tip to anyone who is doing the same thing that Mike is, this is talking about installing Rarity and like going through and getting the backlog of attempts updated. It only works if there's a statistic for a kill on that boss. For example, Kael'thas Sunstrider in Tempest Keep the Eye. Because there's a stat, you can log in and Rarity will scan the statistics for that character and add it in, and also make sure you have Rarity turned on when you log into each of those tunes. Because if you log in and then log out and Rarity wasn't installed, it won't count those numbers. I know it sounds obvious, but it's the little things that we don't remember, right? Always the little things. The number of times I've gone and killed something and didn't have Rarity turned on, yeah. Yep, it me. I'm the person. I'm the person. When do you plan to order your new PC parts that you recently raised the funds for? They have been ordered, Sass. Australia Post says that they are due to arrive between Monday, i.e. tomorrow, and Thursday. They're coming from 2 different suppliers in 2 different packages, so I'm just gonna keep a real close eye on it because I'm super keen. So if all goes to plan, then the build stream would be next Saturday. It will be a bonus stream. I may squeeze it in on Thursday, but like Thursday after work. But the deal is that I want to give you guys a bit of lead time. I don't want to spring like, by the way, guys, bonus stream tonight. Like that's not what I'm aiming at. What I want to do is have the parts in hand and then schedule it at least a couple of days in advance so that you guys have a chance to see the pings and all that kind of stuff that I'll drop in Discord and stuff. I will also add it to the Twitch schedule. I probably won't add it to the graphic, like I've got a July graphic. Probably won't add it to that just because it'll make it a fucking mess. But I will do the thing in Discord, and I'll add it to the Twitch schedule as well. So if you've got those, if you're monitoring those, then you'll see it. But yeah, I'm not gonna drop it on the same day. It'll be a couple days in advance. But again, don't want to schedule it until I have the parts in hand, because knowing what, like, I'll be like, yeah, it'll be on Saturday, and then the item that's due to arrive Monday to Thursday won't get here. There'll be a delay and it won't get here till next week. So I want to make sure I have everything physically in the apartment before I schedule it, which I think makes sense. Makes sense to my head. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but that's how I tend to do things. So, all my rarity data is lost, so I have all new attempts on everything currently. If it's something like Ashes, then the data isn't lost. You've just got to log into all the tunes and it'll pull from your statistics. Statistics is something that Blizzard provides. It's like achievement, you've got guild achieves, and then you've got stats. So you can go through to your dungeon and see stuff check your dungeons and raid stats in there. And a lot of rarity calculations rely on that statistic. So there are some, you're right, that will be busted and gone forever. But a lot of them do rely on that as well, so you might not be completely wiped clean, which is a good thing. Fear overthink things? Never. That doesn't sound at all like a thing that I would do. Tee-hee. Ooh, another one that I can use on this tune. Love that. Ooh, and another one, look. Love that for me. Wow, PC crashed, everything's lost every 2. I'm still starting at 0%. Lol. Well, that's a problem with rarity, not a problem with, like... Here's the thing. The statistics from that page are stored on Blizzard's end. If rarity on your end isn't reading those stats properly, then that's a time to reinstall rarity issue. But it quite literally, like taking Ashes of Alara as your example, see how it says drops from a boss requiring a group, item ID, spell ID, NPCs, kill statistic ID, and how it's locked and you can't change that? That kill statistic ID is referring to when you go into statistics and check Burning Crusade and go to, where is he? Kael'thas Sunstrider kills Tempest Keep 11. That number there. That is the kill statistic ID that it's reading, and that is stored on Blizzard's end. So it can't forget. I mean, Rarity can wipe its local data for that, but you cannot wipe it permanently. Like, we can't do that. It's a physical impossibility. So it sounds like you need a Rarity reinstall, because that way it will read from that stat and it will update it. There are some, like I said, there are some that don't have a stat, Like, for example, if it drops from a boss from an old dungeon that isn't the final boss, there's no statistic for that one, so it can't do it. But if you go through it, if I can spell rarity correctly, good lord, if you go through, see how that one doesn't have a kill statistic ID because it doesn't, like Warbringer Malkorak isn't a boss. That one's the same thing because it drops from something in Darkshore. There's no kill statistic for that, but a lot of them do. Like quite a few of them if you go through and check them. So if it says 0, and see how that's got 4 kill statistics, because Mistress Sazine, it drops on all 4 difficulties. So one of those kill statistics will be LFR, 1 normal, heroic, and mythic, because she can drop it in any difficulty. So if you check one that says 0, and then you check the kill statistic ID and it has a number there, and then you go into your stat page and you see the number and there is a number there, then you need to reinstall rarity, because that's rarity fucking up. It's not reading the stuff properly. But yeah, some of them don't have it, but a lot of them do. It just depends on these specific ones that you're looking at. But yeah, a PC crash cannot wipe Blizzard servers. If it could, we would all be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Many problems. But that's a good thing. It's in the EULA, the end user license agreement. There's the whole thing about how our accounts aren't ours. We're renting them from Blizzard. We don't own them. But what that means is that Blizzard is in charge of taking care of the data for them, which is amazing. Love that for us. It's good to know I have to uninstall and reinstall it. Yeah, for sure. And then when you do see something that has 0, like you can save your like saved variables if you put them in a different folder before you do the reinstall. That way you can put them back in, so anything you have been logging since the crash, it'll hold on to that. But then yeah, check each one. If you come across it and it says 0, even after you've logged across a couple of characters who have had kills, then just check, is there a kill statistic ID there? If there is, check your statistics. It's in Y's, like the Y key, default opens your achievements. Shift Y, default opens your statistics page. If you've changed your defaults, can't help you, don't know what it is, but you'll be able to check your keybinds, like your big long list of keybinds, and it'll tell you in there. And if you're still seeing an issue, so if you're seeing something that the kill statistic says 12, and rarity says it's tracking a kill statistic, and the rarity bar says 0, then you can go talk to them, open a ticket with them and say, hey, what's going on here? Send them some screenshots and they might be able to help you through it. Yeah. Statistic is a fun word to say.
Resisting my
hey, Cat, welcome back.
Soon you will be.
Hope you're doing well today.
Then I shall unleash your fury.
Wait, it's too soon! No!
You're good, okay.
Oh, please, you must save the others before Dominus sacrifices them.
Where is it? On live, amazing! Well, I hope your recovery is swift and complication-free. Ooh, 47k. I sure don't have that one. Yep, I don't. Good. Equip. Delightful. Still no bloody zone drops. I'm unimpressed. Oh, we're at an hour. Okay, right, this will be my last run then. Move along.
I don't want to die like this. My flesh will be claimed by the old gods.
Playing that pretty smooth. Brilliant. Yeah, pain's a hard one to judge sometimes, hey. Everyone's thresholds and stuff are all so different. Only so much that can be done with meds. I'll hope that your body has what it needs to do what it needs to do swiftly. 101k? Bullshit. Feral shoulder pads. They're actually on the auction house for 97k. But of course I don't have them, so I'm gonna learn them. Means if another one drops later, I don't have to sell it. May lose gold now, but it's gold I don't have to spend later. Okay. Ifan, Cotton, Talus, Brick, and Boba, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Hope at least some of you got some shiny new skins. Yeah, come have some buffs. Place near the Fear flag bearer. Get some buffs and help me with my buff assist goal. What's it thingy? Yep, good.
Kill them all.
Hey, Scarlet, welcome back. You're doing
The
well.
intruders are still alive. Stop them! The ritual must not be disturbed.
Ding.
Fall back to the sanctum, Lord Bathael Rook. What? Guardian treasure! Long enough. Akamai will rise. You are too late, heroes. The summoning of Akamai is complete. You won nothing. Our hero, Akamai,
No, inventory's full, yeah.
rises from the dead.
Hello.
You have earned the honor of being the first he devours.
Zoom zoom. Okay, out we hop. Actually, I can just pull up to the garrison because I'm not
Now that you've heard our whispers, it is
not running it again.
a matter of time until you belong to us.
Okay. Right, so it's BRD that we're on to next. And I know that for Druid it's Buoys only, but I need to check account-wide what we're looking at. Well, that's Alliance only, and its class is Paladin. So I guess we're running on a fucking Paladin. Ooh, and that one's race is Tauren. Paladin Blood Elf, Jesus. Although these look like they're gonna be shared appearances, so... Although that's only got 3... Right, okay. Paladin Alliance. Let's do that then. I'll click log out. Must have. Whoops. Okay. Ooh, actually, I wonder...
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2
I have
centuries
TSM on.
old.
Never mind. Dionysus Ironforge. Alright, let's head over. That's probably the easiest. Alright, the core hand. I forgot that was my grand mount. At the moment.
Good fortune. Remain vigilant. Dionysaka.
Back to Stormwind. Might as well knock out the breadcrumbs along the way. Get extra completion points for that. And that's what we're here for. I want points. Please and thank you.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Weapons of darkness.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
There we go, so we have picked up the quest. Here we go. I hope you've all had a lovely weekend and are prepared for the week ahead. All the bits and bobs I've got to get done. What have I got to get done? Why have my... Streams haven't pushed through to my calendar. Not ideal. All right. Let's go do this. So we're already working on that quest. That's the only quest that actually needs doing, so I can skip all the other bullshit. But while I'm here, I might as well... What? Only one zone drop for paladins though. That's not too bad. I must have the other ones. Good to know. Oh, and there's Lord Rockor, who actually has drops. Yes. One down. Twitch allows us to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes in order to turn off pre-rolls. That's it. Turning off pre-rolls can be beneficial to a channel as it can help facilitate channel growth. If you don't want to see ads, you can either subscribe to the channel, which may well help us on our way to the Partner Plus program, or you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which will get you ad-free viewing across the entire platform without affecting creator income. Both of which are great options. If you do see ads, you may not see the full 3 minutes. There's a variety of factors that can influence that. And if you do see the full 3 minutes, you may see 3 ads, 6, 9. It's not about the number of ads that you're seeing. It's about the total length of the ad break. Because it's a bit of a longer break, it's a really great opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack. Take care of yourself. And we'll see you when you return. I very much appreciate those of you who stick around through the ad breaks, as my ad revenue for the month of May was 11% of my total Twitch revenue for the month, which is certainly not insignificant. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you after this. Right, Ring of Law. Thank you very much for the ads command there, Mike. Much appreciated. And ATT indeed, Erica. Getting all the shinies. Well, some of the shinies. We'll see how many of the shinies we can get. There's not too much left. Like, the numbers are looking really, really good for VOD. It's just those fucking BOEs. The zone drops will be the death of me. Remember, you have personal cooldowns, so you personally cannot trigger more than one sound command in like a couple-minute window, I think it is. So it's not that the sound command is on cooldown; it's that you are on cooldown. More shinies required. Agreed, matey. All of the shinies. I demand them.
Fia
How are you going with your collections?
Fia has a shiny. Fia got the shiny!
Thank you, Neri. How are you going with your proceeding through LBRS, matey? Oh, I don't need anything from Eviscerator. That's so disappointing. Alright, that's Ring of Law closed. That's detention block done. I need to break these. Oh, at the Black Anvil. Right, okay. That's where... Gotcha. Makes sense. Shiny mateys. Oh dear, Kevin's blade got one drop from regular boss. Come back in for res. Nice! Amazing. Don't forget, if you haven't already, to check him out on Wowhead and see if there's any tricksy, like, zone in, drop down here, use targeting command, zone out if not present kind of deals. I know it'll get hit lockout faster, but it'll also, you know, like, save just a touch of sanity, which is always lovely. Rather than running the whole damn place and never seeing the fucker. Look, I need 2 drops from Penzor on this toon, so you bet your butt that my paladins will never see Panzer. My paladin. Lightforged Draenei paladin. This one is. RNG, I know, right? Oh my god. RNG just needs to get his shit together. Oh, that's another green I don't have. Let's pop that on. Well, drops are nice too, but we do prefer zone drops currently. I got to 70% without super pens or BRD. Give up for now. Fair. Fair. Thank you, Lucky. Much appreciated. Yeah, playing around. Playing around with my eyeliner stamps, my new stamps. I've got 4 of them. These babies. I've got stars, I've got a star, a heart, a flower, and a crescent moon. But they're sealed up nice and tight, and I know how liquid eyeliner behaves, and I know that if I crack it open to use it once, and then come back to it in a month or 2, it'll be dead. So I'm kind of, I don't want to open them all. I just want to open like one at a time. But yeah, no, I'm very much enjoying it. It's I got it from Amazon actually. I should probably put it on my storefront. Because I've had a couple of people comment on those now. And then the lipstick is an old limited edition collaboration between L'Oreal and Balmain. The fashion house. Super fun. Right, here we go. Black Anvil. Let's smash them. Destroying all the weapons. Kill the boss with the space cannon. Guaranteed buff to RNG. Oh dear. Oh. There we go. Objective completed. But I am going to do a run at least to get these ones done. I'm surprised that I don't need the final boss on this class, which is nice. Don't have to run the whole bloody thing. I can just kind of stop at some point. Always nice. I do wonder how many relic copper keys. Only 5. Shit. That's not ideal. I do need to get more relic coffer keys before I get to... I'll probably have to end up doubling back. But that secret save, black steel bindings, they bop. Need them. Need them. At some point. How's things here? Yeah, so far so good, I believe. Didn't get any of the zone drops from my hour of BFD runs, which is kind of sad. Also did not get my Molten Core plan, which, look, I'm fine. Everything is fine. But no, apart from that, doing pretty well. Getting some drops now that we're into a dungeon that I actually need things from, that aren't just like one item. About owning LBRS levels up back so much, you can actually tell the res there pretty easily. Nice! That's awesome. Always a good feeling. It's fine, Danger Grinding? Yeah. Yeah. Nah, things genuinely are fine with BRD. I'm just pissed off at Molten Core. Because I've been there for literally, it's the first raid that I started clearing. The first one. And it still has one item that it just won't drop. I'm into dungeons. I've finished 100% Anixier's Lair, Blackwing Lair, Ruins of Anchorage, and Temple of Anchorage. And yet there is one goddamn plan that just won't drop. And it's like, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Right, I need 12 keys, and I've only got 5 at the moment, so let's go get some more keys. Enjoy the lurk, Scarlet. We'll see you soon. I feel that, yeah. My spreadsheet is looking awful pretty. Like, I'm very much enjoying it. But, yeah, it's a feeling. Of course, not a worry at all. Enjoy your lurk. every week, going into Molten Core and doing the run every week. Eventually it's got to drop, right? Oh, there's another coffer key. So we're at 6 of 12. I really should have just cleared downstairs. I feel a bit silly for not doing it now. I'm gonna have to double back so far. Actually, maybe I go back to the start and do them anyway now that we're at the mold machine. That's probably a good plan. Because I'm pretty sure they have a higher drop rate for the keys. Or just that there's more of them that can. Alright, let's do this. Exactly, right? Everything, it all drops eventually. It all drops eventually. You just gotta be persistent. Gotta be persistent. I think it just kind of sucks that I've got like 1 attempt per week. Rather than, you know, like 60. If it was BOE, I would have had a month ago. But, yeah, not. Unfortunately not. BS problem solved. I have considered making at least a couple of them blacksmiths, I have to say. That's alright, we'll get there. It'll drop. Missing one of the wing pattern from some of my druid. 1,000 runs and nothing. Got 2 bows though. I've had a couple of bows, my god. They're all on tunes that can't use it though, I'm pretty sure. I know Fear, my main, has gotten 2. And I'm pretty sure I've got 1 or 2 on a couple of other tunes. Ugh. So there's a point you just stop counting, right? There's a point you just stop thinking about it. Okay, so we're at 7 now, so we got another 1 singular drop from all them. No, it's fine. Like, that's the thing. Like, at least we're persistent. Like, drop rates are gonna be drop rates. They're gonna be trash. It's all about persistence. All about getting in there, doing the thing, because if you don't do the thing, it will never drop. So as long as you keep the faith, keep moving, you'll be good. It will drop eventually. I'm at 9 keys now. That's good life advice too. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, right, there is, when it comes to real life, there is a point at which, like, you know, sunk cost fallacy, there is a point at which sometimes it is worth moving on to something different. But you've got to take everything into account. You've got to take the whole situation into account. With something like this, there is no cost laid out except for time. Whereas IRL, there's often costs associated with continuing on and stuff, so just make sure you take everything into account before you make a decision. But for a lot of things, persistence does definitely help. You just gotta be careful. Make the right choices for you. Alrighty, so I need 3 more keys, and then we can go back upstairs. Better stop reorganize your approach and goals. Always worth it, keep pushing forward in life regardless of goals. Yeah, sometimes your goals change, but you're still moving forward, for sure. Sleep deprived right now, you and me both. Do not you worry, you and me both. But yeah, sometimes your goals might change, but moving forward regardless of that is always a good plan. There are benefits to looking back. You know, more like a larger data set, and you can look back to your experiences to tell you what you might expect moving forward, but living in the past is rarely a good option. We're at 10. 10 keys. Good evening. Oh, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. The cost of my sanity is why I break up my ATT in percentage groups. Classic goal is 70% right now. Move on for now. Yeah, for sure. And that's the important thing, hey meaty. It's the for now part. Doesn't mean that you're never going to come back to it. You're just making the decision to move on for a little bit. And I think for me, my sanity thing is, like, it's not a set percentage number. It's I have all of the bops. I'm going to do an hour of runs to see if I can get some BOEs to drop. But if they don't, I'm moving on to the next dungeon. Like, can you imagine if I spent all 6 of these hours just running BFD back to back to back to back to back to back? Like, I'd go insane. So I don't do that. Oh, 13 keys. Beautiful. And we got a battle as well. So I'll head back and take that more machine. But yeah, I think we've all, like, sanity is definitely important. We need that to be able to keep moving forward. And so we figure out where our own individual limits are. But we all have them. We all have limits. It's just a matter of figuring out where they are. Over and 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 over. I mean, I have gold. I have quite a bit of gold. I'm comfortably flush with gold. I can afford to buy some BOEs just to get them off the list. Cade, Crypto, Mike, Rosh, and Mallow, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. What add-on is that? Scrolls, damage, etc. MSBT. Burning out on one dungeon makes you start to hate the game. Indeed, I can imagine it would. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've really phase waved with BOE, yeah. Why put a bop drop on trash? I will never understand. Place your units, follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account and drag and drop those units to the battlefield. Help us capture another win. That thought it looked familiar. There you go. It is indeed that one. Can you tell we get asked about it all the time? And I like trying to like MSBT, like M for Mary, not N for Nicholas. S for scrolling, not F for failure, like all that. My God, it was a nightmare. So we're just like, fuck it, there's a text command now. Works much better that way. Trash with multiple layers of RNG, absolutely. My God. Look, I will get there eventually. In fact, I've got 1, 2, 3. After BRD, there's 3 more dungeons between me and LBRS, but one of them is Gnomeregon. So, honestly, Gnomeregon is the one immediately before LBRS. So, honestly, I'll probably just be glad to get out of Noma. Because you know what's in there? A bucket load of engineering recipes. A bucket load of engineering recipes. And for Mix. Yeah, but the problem is Mix sounds a lot like Nix, as in short for Nicholas. Nicholas's. So, yeah, no, people got it wrong all the goddamn time. All the time. So, it's like, nah. Text command. Especially with my Invisalign making me have like that little bit of a lisp that doesn't quite get picked up by the microphone but does like mutate my speech a touch. Different amounts of times, focus one for a bit. When I start getting burned out, switch to another. Very fair. See, I don't get that particular type of burnout. It's interesting, right? How all of us operate so differently. Yes, I'll get sick of it and be like, oh my God, give me my mount. But I feel like moving on, I might cheat myself out of getting that mount because like, what if the next one was, again, I know it's sunk cost fallacy, but what if the next attempt was my turn to get it kind of thing? So I much prefer to keep working on it until it drops. But we all operate differently, and that's why there are so many different ways to play the game. Do you happen to know how to move the box that Loot Appraiser shows when you loot something worth a lot? It has it in the lower right hand corner of my screen. I have not been able to figure out when the settings is to move it somewhere I can actually see it. You just click it and drag it? If the windows are locked, you can't click and drag it, but beyond that, I'm not sure like how to unlock it or anything. But usually, yeah, it's just like a click and drag. Oh, I don't have it. The add-on's not turned on this tune at the moment, so it's not letting me bring up the window. But yeah, most of them you just... Vast majority of the windows for Loot Appraiser, you just click them and drag them. You can't click anywhere, of course. Usually it's like the header, like a Windows window. You know how you click the header bar and you drag it using that? Same kind of deal, except that you don't actually see the line of designation for that. But yeah, it's in there. But if it's off the screen and you can't see it, maybe try like a reset window positions kind of dealy. But I'm not sure how you do that because I haven't had that problem before. Maybe check out their CurseForge page, see if they have like an issue tracker that you can submit an issue and they can help you out. Right, so the secret safe did not contain what I had hoped. We're just looking for General Angerforge and then Panzor. So if Panzor's not there, we can skedaddle. Because that's the final boss that I actually need on a pally. Which is good. Try that enough all the time, just when I loot something of big significance. I don't know of a window that does that. I don't think I have a window that does that. When I loot something that's over my threshold, it goes ping! And it just puts a line of text up the top here. But there's no actual, like, window. So yeah, I'm sorry, I really can't help you with that one because I don't actually know what you're talking about. Sorry. But yeah, most add-ons will have, like, an issue tracker that you can access and, like, open a ticket, basically. Or, failing that, a Discord server where you can drop some screenshots and ask the question. Come on. Where are my zone drops? Grumpy face. It's getting awfully full though. Although I think we're about to hit the Grim Guzzler, so that'll help. Morning, Ori. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, that's not how that works at all, so it's totally fine. All good. Oh, but congrats to your niece for getting all the bits and pieces. That's wonderful. Always feels good when you clear out the list of collectibles, eh? close to full bags. Uh-oh. Squeesh. There's General Angerforge. May I please have my ebon steel spolders? Yes, you may. Morning, how you're doing? Very well, thank you, Durin. Hope you can say the same. Welcome back.
Positively 100% yes.
That's it. Loving it. Right, I have 2 bag slots left. God, these mega dungeons really mess up your bags, don't they? Oh. Bags are full. Something smells good. Alright, get rid of that. I have upgrades in LFR. I'm so very disappointed. Oh my god. Is that just because of weird itemization, Jess? Or, like, what's the go? Here we are. Grim Guzzler. Before we do anything else, we're gonna go empty the bags. Wow. As much as we can, anyway. Only bad itemization frost sauce trinkets just bust AF. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Oof. No, we don't sell those. Highest birthday goes due to. Oh, Jesus. Fun times. Let's be honest. Lamps in the oven to get the tasty smells. I can already smell the tasty smells. They smell pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Let me just walk back into the room. Amazing. So good. Panzer? No Panzer. Alright, out we pop then. We go turn in our weapons of darkness in Stormwind. Let me see what else we need. What other quests? That might be the last alliance quest I need. Oh, Jesus.
Arcanon Poros. Blessings upon your family. Remember the lessons of the past.
Alright, now if I switch to account mode. Beautiful. That's all the quests done. There's a crap load of zone drops. And one of them is Bop. And of course it's blacksmithing. Ugh. That's right though. I'm about to run on the DK. Beautiful though. That's really good. I do think I need to get a second engineer though. Because you need to do goblin or gnome engineer. You can't do both. You still can't do both, can you? Might need myself a second engineer. Clean up P3 should be good. Managed to plug it on Friday. See how bugs do it. Oh, nice. Brilliant. Okay. Now that we've done the quests, I can tick off that note that there are alliance quests because there are no longer. And we're going to hop on the DK. Not that DK. The other DK. Turn account wide mode off. Oops.
Don't be shy. Stay away from the voodoo.
Clear out these bags because we're going to need the damn space. Oh, no, wait, that's BOE.
You be careful, man.
Okay, and now we're gonna bank a bunch of stuff. Gnomish engineer. Maybe that's what I should go do real quick first. That's quick, right? Surely.
Farewell.
Classic gnomish engineering. World quests. What? That's not gonna work. Professions. Where are we? Engineering. Leveling guides? No. Quest guides. No. Cycle doesn't have? Ooh, what did you put on the lamb dress? It smells really good. Oh, yum, son. That sounds delightful. Okay, so there are some things I need to get to
Have anything ancient
do
to
this.
trade?
So I need...
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
There are no mithril bars on the auction house? Are you joking me? It's because I searched mithril bars, plural. I'm an idiot. Good. I need 18 mithril bar. I do this every time. 6 bronze bars. I need 6 iron bars. Eight heavy leather. I need 2 medium leather. Two wool cloth. One gold bar. One citrine. One jade.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Okay. Now we go to orc. I need to pick a tune to be a goblin engineer. Enjoy your lurk, cat. Oregano and lemon. Oh, it smells really good. So to a previous question, I think you can learn Goblin Engineer and its recipes and switch to Gnome to do their things. But does that count for ATT? Like, does ATT think you have everything then? Would it be safer for me to just have 2 on the go? Which is fine. Like, if that's it, that's it. Interesting that there aren't very many. Like, this is... Oh, because it's blacksmithing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, there you go. Molten core. Oh, but Black Rock Depths... Oh, there's... Yeah, okay. Molten core's there. Good, good. I went way too far. Good, good. I'm wonderful at this. Unlike anything shouldn't remove ATT, not sure. Do it on 2 super 2s is safer. Yeah, alright. I think I might just do that then. Thank you for your input though. I very much appreciate it. Nope, that's the orphanage, not the engineering place. Why are they next to each other? That's very dangerous.
Yep, what do you want?
Alright, so I want Gnomish on this tune, don't I? Yep. Gnomish engineering. Don't judge me.
Go get him, champ.
Fucking love Alvin. Best thing ever, my god. Oh shit! No! Fuck, I was doing the wrong thing. I was making mithril casings, not mithril tubes. I'm an idiot. Good. That's fine.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic,
Don't be like me, guys. Be better. Be better than fair. The kids goblin engineers. Hey, Cat, confirmed. You know, I haven't got a goblin engineer either. Something to add to my to-do list. Right, Harley? It's alright, I'll just grab one of my other tunes and be like, right, you're an engineer now. Enjoy.
have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Okay. Sorry, just setting myself up because I'm an idiot. Mithril tube. Why am I still short by 1? What the fuck? Good. Roman, Dux, Gerald, and Ace, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Create all mithril tubes. Boss defeated! It even got flavor. Make my goblin priest energy. Lovely. Amazing idea. Alright, let us zoom across the top again. Grab that skin chest. Accurate scope. Needs a bronze tube. 1. Done my flag bearing. Oh my god, the lamp smells so good! Can't place an echo again yet, can I? No. Assists from buffing. That won't buff. This one might. Okay. Create our accurate scope. Advanced target dummy. We need 2 of these, so I need 2 iron struts. 2 bronze framework. And 2 gyrochronotoms. Which needs a gold power core. Why is that not working? Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Don't be a stranger. Be careful out there.
Now a gnomish engineer.
Yo. Keep it real.
Let's go pop some stuff in the bank, and then we will head on over to Blackrock Depths. Finally. Beautiful. A goblin and gnomish engineer. Sadly got a gnome engie. There you go. Don't want to have to relearn all those patterns on another tune. Would be a pain in the butt. No pain in the butt. Alright. This just has a couple of actual places. But I have to run this until I get the Bop zone drop. It should, like, it spawns in one of two spots, but like there's a chance it won't spawn. So in General Angerforge's room, they're sitting on the bottom shelf next to the floating crystal. On the ground in the detention block, after passing Lexlord, you will continue down into the room. When you come across the first split into two rooms, you'll enter the room on the left. They'll be located on the seat behind the bench, which is located next to the 3 red jugs. God, that sounds so complicated. Okay. This will be fine. It'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I'm gonna rock it. We're gonna get most of these other drops as well. It'll be lovely. Okay. Earth flag shoulders. Yes! Amazing! Lore time. Right. 2 out of the 6 that I actually need something from. Let's see how this goes. Oh, hydrates. I don't need Grizzle. Oh well. I already have that pattern, but that's fine. Plan, I should say. Okay. So where's Lex Lord that he keeps talking about? On the ground in the detention block after passing Lex Lord. Is that the that's Headmaster Grebmar. Who is Lex Lord? Oh, okay. Right. Yep. This dude. Good. So, after passing Lexlet, you'll continue down into the room. When you come across the first split into 2 rooms, you'll enter the room on the left. Right, okay, so... kill these ones. The room on the left. They will be located on the seat behind the bench, which is located next to the 3 red jugs. So it's not there. Okay, but that's where it should be, if it's going to appear here. Lovely. How many keys do I have? 4. I need more keys. Let's kill some more stuff. Two. 3. Posture check and a stretch, and then a chair stream, which is convenient because Twitch allows us to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes in order to turn off pre-rolls. Turning off pre-rolls can be beneficial to a channel, as it can help facilitate channel growth. If you don't want to see ads, you can either subscribe to the channel, helping us on our way to the Partner Plus program, or you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which will get you ad-free viewing across the entire platform without affecting creator income. If you do see ads, you may not see the full 3 minutes. There's a variety of factors that can influence that. And if you do see the full 3 minutes, you could see 3 ads, 6 ads, 9. It's not about the number of ads that you're seeing, it's about the total duration of the ad break. Because it's a bit of a longer break, it's a great opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack, take care of yourself. And we'll see you when you return. I very much appreciate those of you who do stick it out through the ad breaks, as my ad revenue for the month of May was 11% of my total Twitch revenue for the month, which is certainly not insignificant. So thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna go stretch my legs with this chair stream that Erica has provided, and we'll see you after this. BRB.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I'm not a paladin.
I'm a fucking casual. And I'm fucking loving it. Burn storm. That was me, and this is also me. That was me. Give me just a second, guys. There's a
Pikachu.
right back at you. Right, so if they don't have a verified phone number, they have to have an account older than a week. It's to prevent trolling bullshit and stuff like that. So if their account is younger than a week, they just have to wait out the week, and then they should be able to speak without a verified phone number. Or they can sign up for something like Google Voice and get a phone number that way. At least I think that's what the thing is. Google has a thing where you can get a virtual phone number, and that will do just as well as any physical cell phone dover. But yeah, it's a protection thing, and I'm not turning it off. But yeah. Though I don't believe that they're in chat anymore, so they might have left because you didn't respond, but that's fine. That's up to them. Right. You look hungry. It seems like it, hey. Thank you very much for the biddies, Erica. Very, very much appreciated. Right, okay, onwards we go. Ones. We do have one other potential spot for that recipe to drop, so that's good. We're now at 9 keys. So there's a good chance we might get enough of them before we get to the spot. We're like, we don't need General Angerforge anymore, but we do need to go as far as Panzer, so we'll see how that goes. Although if Panzer doesn't spawn, I'm not going to farm it on the DK. That'll be farmed on the warrior, I reckon. In fact, once I have those plans, everything else is in here. I'll farm on the warrior. It's just Whirlwind is so much easier to handle than bloody Blood Boil and stuff. No cooldown. And plus, obviously, the warrior has access to all of those weapons. We have 12 keys. Beautiful. Might as well keep killing stuff though. Get those zone drops, which would be lovely. Lord Incendius. Oh. There's a new thing in my bags. Open the secret chest. Secret safe. Whoops. God damn it. Wrong item. But that's okay. I was hoping I could skip to past the Grim Guzzler, but I can't. To get to General Angerforge's room. Oh well. Yeah, a teeny bit full. battle time. Wonderful. Hello, Mo. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Do so far? So far so good. We're making our way through some old dungeons and raids, trying to get all those collectibles done. We've had a few drops so far, not as many as one might like, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hope you can say the same about your day. Da 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 da. Bam. Lap, Conan, and Sen, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Onward to the next battle. I don't think I can place my Necromancer just yet. No. But I reckon I can... something that buffs. There you go. Get some assists through buffing, potentially. Oh, actually, and let's drop some... battle plans. Just leveling. Wonderful. I hope your army is growing swiftly. Five tunes to go, jeez. That's a few. That's a few. Alright, we're almost at General Angerforge, I believe. So I can check for those plans. And then we check for Panzer, and then we GTFO. Depending on whether or not the plans spawn, we may need to, what's this speedy one? Where do we get to here from? Right. The Kargath Expeditionary Force. Beautiful. Okay. So I could port back to the start and then... I still need to do the secret save, but I can do the secret save, then go into the domicile, then port back to the start, then run through to here. I think that's as close as I can get to Angerforge without having to run through bloody everything. Fantastic, Enya, well done. Well done. It's a good feeling getting things all crossed off the list. Oh, look. More gloves. Right. Sitting on the bottom shelf next to the floating crystal. And they are not here. Oof, rough. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't seem like there is a shortcut to here specifically. I'd have to shortcut over the way and then... That's fine. Right, let us go and check for Panzer. No, Murgon's gonna be a very fun one to clear. Tee-hee. Dead Mines will be good though. Diamond's gonna be good. Why are all of these dungeons so goddamn big? I don't, like, my god. Ugh. We're looking forward to the Scarlet set. Little baby dungeons, 3 to 4 bosses. Smash through them. Right, onwards. Tunes are just awesome. Thinking stuff would be absolutely. Absolutely. Every now and again on what I thought was stream, I heard a random fanfare, just streamers inform me to place another piece. Yeah, if you let it, it plays a little bit of music to let you know that you can place another piece. Because yeah, you can place another one every 5 minutes for a total of 6 in the half-hour period. Really handy, hey Sen. Really useful. Hanzo! Give me just both. Stone of the Earth and Shale Husk Boost. Just let's get it done. Okay, I can't get both, but I need to get one of them. Looks like you're not going to be able to get both, because he only drops one at a time, but that's fine. I'm pretty good with that. I need to do this again, though, because I didn't get the plans. So that's a bit unfortunate. So we're gonna half out, reset, back in. Yes, indeed. Very, very indeed. Super useful. Okay.
Well met.
Says you goblin engineer piece, which I won't be able to learn on this turn.
Safe travels.
I'm gonna plonk down the guild bank. Just hope that I don't have to do it again. Hope that this run I get my bot plan and I can switch tunes. But failing that, I guess I can always half the garrison, empty my bags, half back to here, and go in again. There you go. Oh, bank tab is full. Good, good. On to the next one. Hello! Hey, no. Back to rock the depths. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, let's go again. There's our reset. And let's give another crack at those plans. Interesting. Gotta clear everything down the bottom until we can get that relic coffer key. Only a loan from another item for the first. Yes? I don't understand. No. What's wrong? You know what, I'm gonna go in here first, see if I can get the plan nice and quick. Plan. Unfortunate. Keys. Just my, I guess something like this would be both only go for any clearances. This is something I consider trivial. Oh, well, I've never tried to sell it on the AH, so I'll give it a crack. I'm not sure that I've actually killed that dude very many times. And to just ignore him. But if it doesn't sell, then I can disenchant it on fair, and the mats usually sell. Enchanting mats usually sell really quickly, especially now with the commodity duver. Zoom. These ones. Hopefully we get a ring of lore boss I actually need. That would be nice. Yeah. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Excuse me. I don't need you, Grumble. So I have 8. Nine. Ten. Let's head into the domicile, see if we can get 2 from the packs in there. Just cross our fingers. Oh, Alvin's still following me around, oh my god. Still on 10. outside will drop me some. 11. Starting to think these guys can't drop them. Trashy luck, didn't I? Tried to go the cheeky shortcut way and it failed. Terrible luck on these drops. There we go, 12. Alright, now we're gonna zoom back to the domicile. Open those chests. Hopefully get my black steel bindings. Okay, here we go. Unlock all the things. I'd like to not have to do this anymore. It'd be real nice. Again. Okay. Blank Forge. So we're gonna go back to the start. Take the door. Go. Right, so that's what that thing does. The lock is actually necessary. Oops. I'm very good at this. Excuse me? That could have been there last time as— oh my god. We're fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It's a different place it could have been. I'll take it. I'll bloody take it. Now I think we have to go— I can go past the— yeah, past the Grim Guzzler. Beautiful. Beautiful. But I got my bot pattern, so no matter what happens with Panzer, I'm moving on to the next tune. Because I can farm this shit on the warrior. In fact, that's probably who I'll jump onto next, the warrior. So good. You got what you were after finally. Well, we're getting there. There's a whole lot of stuff that I'm after, so it's like one thing at a time, you know? You just gotta kill a boss, hope it drops what you need, go to the next boss. There's still a whole lot of like zone drops that are BOE that I need, but I'm not worried too much about that because I can get them from the auction house. So that's always a good thing.
How you doing, man? Okie dokie.
Get there. Slowly but surely. Right. Rosh, Sen, and Meow. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. We are going to jump into here. still can't place my necromancer. What do we actually do? Heals. Okay. We'll see how that works. And one of these. And here we go. Deal with that later. Let's update the stats though. It's nice to update the stats. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. In the 90s now, so that's nice. Alright. We're gonna jump on the warrior. Try to clear out plate. Because I think that's the only thing. All of these are BOE. There's still a couple of plate bits, a couple of weapons. Schematic. That's only going to show up. Oh, it's Goblin Engineer anyway. So I need a Goblin Engineer. Crap. That one will only show up on Melissa. But we can buy it on anyone. I don't think that is... Black Dragon Scale Leggings. I could have sworn that was on Plugger as the vendor. Look, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Rusty, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You know, I'm here more than anything. Chat seems to be quiet again. That's okay. Chat tends to be a bit quieter on a Sunday. Unless I'm running competitive Ludicrous challenges and everyone's shit-talking each other. But no, for the most part, Sundays do tend to be quiet because folk are like, yeah, just wrapping up the end of their weekend and chilling out and getting ready for their week and stuff. And that's right, I'm happy to be background noise for whatever they're doing. That's not a problem. Diablo Tyrus one, wonderful. Tyrus. Tyrael, maybe? Tyrael is a angel dude. Tyrael, yeah. There we go. Thank you, Mike. I'm not gonna pick up. Not a worry at all, Enyo. Haha, Caps is on. Woo. Yep, brilliant. Alrighty. Black Rock Depths. Black Dragon Scale Leggings. I feel like... Let's have a look at this, because I feel like they might have changed it, maybe. Ah, dropped by Anvil Rage Captain. Right. Shit, okay. So, This one is only a drop, and it's only from the very last room of the instance. Jesus, it's gonna be in the ass. That's fine. We'll get there when we get there. Interesting that that didn't come up for Repressly in her zone drop list. Also interesting that there's no notes on this. Anvil Ridge Captain, sure, and then Weapon Technician, right, so it's in that room. We've got one. I've got one in the guild bank. Okay, that's fine then. Should probably learn that then, shouldn't I? Yep, okay, let's hop off this turn and go learn that just to get it off the list. Release last quiz for Tiger Cup, brilliant. It was just over brought back. It was amazing. Bacon salad, delicious. That sounds incredible. Hope you're doing well, Seeker, by the way. Welcome back. It was a nice touch. Thank you, Billy. Much appreciated. Hi. Da 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 da. Okay. Let's grab that recipe out of the guild bank so I can get it crossed off. Oh, and I have one of these too. I can do that. Already known, so that can be sold. How have I not learnt that yet? That's goblin, so I can't learn that. That's gnomish, and that's already known. Beautiful. Such a pretty noise. Right, so let's hop onto the warrior and clear out the plate wearing shit. So they go on going, yes, not too bad. Not too bad. Kinda hungry actually. There is a roast in the oven. Hopefully that'll be done soon. Happy Sunday, Daz, welcome back. Play some games, watch Twitch, more games, about to eat, watch Twitch, wonderful. Sounds like a breezy Sunday, Rusty. Speaking of Twitch, Twitch allows us to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes in order to turn off pre-rolls. Turning off pre-rolls can be beneficial to a channel as it can help facilitate channel growth. If you do not want to see ads, you can either subscribe to the channel, helping us on our way and our path towards Partner Plus, or you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which will get you ad-free viewing across the entire platform without affecting creator income. If you do see ads, you may not see the full 3 minutes. There's a variety of factors that can influence that. And if you do see the full 3 minutes, you could see 3 ads, 6, 9. It's not about the number of ads that you're seeing. It's about the total length of the ad break. Because it's a bit of a longer break, it's a great opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack, take care of yourself. And we will see you after this. Very much appreciate those of you who stick it out through the ad breaks, as my ad revenue for the month of May was 11% of my total Twitch income for the month, which is certainly not insignificant. So thank you so much for watching, and we will see you after this. Thank you for the ad spiel there, Mike. About to eat a watch and Twitch, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, don't eat watches or Twitch. You may find that neither of those are enjoyable experiences. Using the 3 minutes to get my wife's work clothes out of the washing machine onto the garden line. Sounds like a plan, Sen. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. See the ads? Timing of that check maybe Twitch. Oh dear. Okay. Portal to Zuldazar. Turn account mode off. Just so we can see what we got. See what we need.
By the Sunwell.
Ah, Sen, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Very generous of you, much appreciated. Na, 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 na. Yeah, it's your month amazing. Absolutely amazing. Already unhappy.
By the Sunwell.
Oh my goodness, Sen. Thank you for the gifted subs. So generous of you, much appreciated. All of the hype. Hey Jess, do you know if there is a rough ETA on food? I'm starting to feel a little bit lightheaded. No rush, just curious. Thank you for the hydrate, Daz. Back here. minutes. Oh, amazing. I hope your raids and dungeons and stuff have been going well. Spider-Fang Carapace? Oh well. Almost. How many keys have I got? 5. Oh, gross. So I just have to clear more of this downstairs area. Where are my keys? Come on. There we go. Better. Still only 1. I've got 7. I need 12. I was hoping I wouldn't have to clear the bit in the middle here, but looks like I'm gonna. 8, so I need 4 from all the packs in here. Surely that's possible. Not a single fucking one. Gross. Alright. Let's go then. Back to heroics. Enjoy, Neri. Enjoy. Fine. One of the BOEs I already have. Ten. 11. 11. Q now. Nice. That's awesome. Love those speedy hues. Oh, for God's sake. Where's my 12th? Come on, don't do this to me. Ah, there it is, number 12. Take the... what's it? Into the domicile. Ugh. Oh wait, no, I'm going backwards, aren't I? Whoops. Go backwards to grab the black steel bindings that are definitely going to drop first go from the secret safe. Glad everyone agrees with me. I'm looking forward to sticking the BOEs from this place onto the shopping list. I'm just kind of like backing away slowly. Ugh. Enjoy your lurk for food, Mike. Yeah. Excuse me. Two more. Here we go. Black, steel, bindings. Yes! Amazing. Don't have to worry about keys on plate wearers anymore. Love that. And now we can go past the Grim Guzzler and spy a Panzer. We can actually target from the war machine as well, which is super convenient. So we slash tar Panzer. Does not look like Panzer is awake. Alright, and then we can go back to the entrance. Zone out, zone back in. Okay. Ring of Law, Panzer, out. That's what we're looking at now. How good's that? Reset instances, go back in. The end game. I mean, same as Transmog and WoW, right? They're the same thing, basically. Boom. And it begins. I don't need you. Oh well. Fantastic, Enyo. Glad you arrived home safely. Oh. Hello! I like food. Ooh, that looks good. Thank you. How are you going?
Not too bad.
How are your dungeons and stuff?
Yeah.
God, that's delicious. Roast sweet potato might just possibly be the tastiest thing ever to call itself a vegetable. Panzer exists! Look! And there you go, proof the targeting works. Love it. For science. Ooh. I was gonna say thank you. Thank you. Ooh, battle. Indeed, I know, indeed. Norm. Kind of had to say the class quest. I really enjoyed those two. Like, I know we used to have some in WoW. And then we had a bucket load in Legion. But, like, I didn't get what I needed from Panzer. I don't know, it just... I would like to see more of them. I think it'd be fun. I guess somewhere along the way that... I mean, okay, granted, Dragonflight has a ton of profession-specific quests. So, like, I can only imagine, you know, they have enough they have this many man hours kind of thing. And they're dedicating it to something, but not everything. But yeah, it'd be fun to see a return to class specific stuff. Here and there, you know. Remembering, oh, that's lovely. Glad to hear it. Doofy, Clergy, Martin, and Enyo, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Do I have that can buff? Oh, yeah. Let's give that a try. Oh, and right, those. Good, good. Alright, out we hop and we will reset and we'll try Ring of Law and Panzer again. Oh, nice. There you go. This one. Alright, Ring of Law. Show me what you got. Show me what you're made of. I don't know. Fantastic. Sounds delightful. Not be cold now. I've had enough. Oh, Sika, I'm sorry to hear that. I have socks and we got them from Aldi. They're called cabin cozies. The way I like to describe them is imagine if you took an UGG boot and took just the lining out of it and wore it like a sock and put like little grippy things on the bottom. Free for all. I can do that. Yeah. So they're like these little thingies and they got little spots on the bottom and they're super snuggly. So I have a pair of socks and those on because my hands and feet just don't. They just don't. At least with my fingers I'm typing and moving and clicking and stuff, but with my feet, nah. They freeze and like to the point that they hurt. Wearing socks and UGG slippers, super cute. Amazing. I used to bought them for me when I first looked at them. Why did she buy these? But they're amazing. Yeah. That's so good. considering buying fingerless gloves. See, the issue I have with fingerless gloves is that they cut into the webbing between my fingers. I don't know what it is. I've got a pair. I'm not sure what it is, but it's almost like because my hands are quite broad, it pulls down towards my wrist because it's the path of least resistance, and then the bits between kind of, because there's nothing stopping them at the fingertip, they cut into to the point that sometimes I've taken them off and there's been like proper marks left in my, excuse me, in the webbing, like painfully. But the other part of it is that it's my fingertips that get cold anyway. So they don't do a ton to help me, but that's me. That's not you. That's me. Oh, look, Panzer's up again. So maybe you'll have better luck with them. Barry made me a pair that are like fingerless mittens. They don't have the bits between. It's like one big holdy bit, if that makes sense. There's a thumb, but then there's just like all the 4 fingers are in one big thing, but then with the top cut off kind of thing. Maybe that's something else to look into. Hey, Watchy, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, look, I won. Go me. I was a bit cold, yeah. Actually, that is true. Cold fingers are the issue. Yeah. This is probably fair for this essentially like open-ended socks with a hole for the thumb. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. Well done, Mike and Pyro. Taking out the raid there. That's not what I needed. I need Stone of the Earth. That's alright. We'll get it eventually. Out we go. Trance. Out we go. Up. I see them since my childhood. These 2 masters anyway, just a little just go, Yeah. I mean, mittens and gloves, the only difference is one has fingers and one doesn't, hey. Sometimes you need that extra padding between your fingers, but sometimes it's better to keep them together. Depends on what's more comfortable. But gloves also give you that dexterity that you just don't get when you're wearing mittens. Oven mitts. Can't really grab anything properly. But they can be snuggly. Suitable for anything else? Yeah, my dad's got a few pairs. But they are fit for purpose, that's for sure. Don't need you. Just like... Alright, let's go check for Panzer then. No Panzer. Out we hop. Hey Anod, how you doing? Welcome back. Same to you, Boot. Welcome on in. Hope you're both doing wonderfully well today. That wonderful. Gloves are on. Brilliant, Seeker. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Bit tired, but that's, you know, life. Delicious dinner. Roast sweet potato and carrot with roast lamb. We found a bone-in lamb roast that was marked, like, down. So we're like, oh, picked that up. Gotta love a good special. And it is delicious. Really, really good. The best gardening gloves ever owned, just under $7 from the Jack Shop. Amazing! Good bargain, right? Gotta love a good bargain. These feel huge. Oh, Seeker. I hope they warm up soon. Nice recipe, hell yeah. Delicious. Super tasty. Music is so good. Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. So warm enough for the commute to work on an e-scooter. Wonderful. Be such nostalgia. Aww. So yeah, somebody did something like HelloFresh for a month to get nice recipes and could do them on my own later. It is a good option. I've heard a lot of people doing stuff like that. I tend to, these days, I know what I'm looking for. So rather than just trying to find recipes in general, I'm like, I want a recipe for this purpose. Like, I want something that goes in the slow cooker. I want it to be a curry and I want it to be vegetarian, kind of, so you know what I mean? It makes it a lot easier for me to find stuff for free. What I would recommend, it's an Australian website, but you don't have to be an Aussie to use it, obviously. Taste.com.au. They do, like, I don't know how often they rotate it, but they have, like, a recipe of the day, week, month, whatever. And they also, like, they'll have a couple of, like, suggested recipes from their database, and they rotate those around as well. So if you're looking for something interesting, just, like, completely random for you to try, you can jump on there for free and see what they've got, see if it suits your tastes, and if it doesn't, move on. Other option is I've, over the last, year or two, so many Humble bundles of cookbooks. And I've got literally hundreds of recipes that I've gotten through those books. And not like the stuff that you get through Humble, the recipe books you get through Humble aren't big, huge recipe books that have 30, 40 recipes in them. Usually they've only got like 10 or 12, or there's like a base recipe and then they give you a million ways to sort of vary it up. That doesn't feel like a good sentence. So that might also work out a bit cheaper than HelloFresh, but especially if you can get yourself one of those discount codes for HelloFresh and then just do the first couple boxes that you get discounted, then cancel it, it can certainly be worth it. I've got so many, like I've got a whole ass folder of cookbooks just from Humble, and it's kind of hilarious. Oh, excuse me. Customize the recipe for individual taste. Yeah, I was looking for like a shake it up kind of vibe, like a sort of briefer, more casual sort of sentence. It just didn't quite go to plan. I tried. That's what matters. Oh, you're so welcome, Boot. You're so welcome. I feel you. Like, with the whole, like, it's tricky to figure out. Like, you get stuck in a rut gastronomically. You know, you know these couple of recipes and you just cook them over and over and over and over again. And then you get a bit bored and then you start craving takeout because it's different and it's something new and takeout's expensive. And so it is really good to have, like, a variety of recipes at your fingertips kind of thing. I don't need you. Why? Yeah. It's fine. But yeah. Is there I wonder if Humble has one at the moment, because they've usually got something food related going almost all the damn time. Luke bundles. They don't have a cookbook one at the moment. Well, there you go. That's unfortunate. They've got a couple of really interesting ones, but nothing food related, unfortunately. I picked one up a while back that was all baking. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want time to bake. The number of fucking cupcake recipes I own is very high. Not too high, but very high. No pencil. Havoc pop. Meanwhile, hit the hour limit for trash farming. Love recipe in summer again. Oh no! Do you have a tune that can do it on a different server? Excuse me. So at the moment, there you go! Do you think Twitter will do a U-turn on the 600 posts a day thing? They've already have. They already have. They've bumped it up and then they bumped it up again. So verified users are now at 10K and free users are at 1K and unverified free users. So they don't even have a verified phone number on the account kind of thing are at 500. So it has already been bumped up a bit. I don't think they'll go back on it. I think they might bump things up a little bit here or there, but I do think it's only a stopgap while they figure out how to charge for it. It's the exact same thing fucking Reddit's doing at the moment. That Reddit's, you know, in trouble about is charging for access to their API. It's data scraping, and data scraping is taking up a crap load of resources And Twitter's paying for those resources. So they are essentially paying for these large language models to learn. Because someone has to pay for the tech, right? Someone has to pay for the servers and all that kind of shit. And at the moment, Twitter's paying for it and they want consumers to pay for it. So what you might end up seeing is some kind of a license where it's not a Twitter account that you can tweet from and stuff, but it's a license that allows you to scrape X number of whatsits per whatever time period. And until they have that tech set up, implemented, ready to go, they're not gonna reverse it. They won't go back on it. And I doubt that they'll go back on it at all, because what's to stop a university from getting one of their research fellows to just make a new account and start scraping for free again? Data's got to be paid for by somebody, and Twitter and Reddit ain't having a bar of it. They don't want to pay for it, so they're going to make others pay, and that's fair. That's fair. I think that the numbers will. What I reckon might happen. There'll be some kind of metric where they detect how active a user you are and allow you more or less access based on that. Obviously the problem then is that you can just set up a bot to just post and post and post and post to give you all that access. But you already can't do that for free. All the stuff I use to schedule tweets and stuff, it's all paid. And some of the stuff that used to do Twitter scheduling for free, vast majority of them have said, no, that's paid only now. Or you've got to, you have to purchase scheduling for tweets specifically if you don't want to pay for the whole thingamajig kind of thing. Just because the API access is so expensive. And so they can't cover it themselves, and so they, again, getting the consumers to cover it. So even if you're trying to get a bot to schedule like post and post and post and post and post so that you can scrape and scrape and scrape and scrape, there will be a cap where that tops out without you paying as well. So it is really interesting. It's a really interesting problem. How do you... It's that fine balance between, obviously, you say if something is free, then you are the product, right? And so for Twitter, we are the product in that we're marketed to all of the ads you see in your feed and stuff like that. But now you're starting to see that if you don't want to be the product, you can pay for the product. Sorry, cutlery. But Twitter is a product, and we are still the product, because all of the stuff that we're generating, all of the tweets that we post and the pictures and all that kind of, all of that is a product to somebody. So and who should be paying? Where should the onus be for covering those costs? I think that if Twitter continues, if Twitter, quite honestly, cuts off how many tweets you can see, that also means it cuts off how many ads you can see, which means that advertisers won't be willing to pay as much, which means that they'll see a drop in income. That will have to happen before they realize, because they'll just, they'll wave it away until it actually happens, until they can't get as much advertising revenue anymore. But that will take a while to hit. That's not something that'll hit immediately, because you'll have people who are on a contract, we're going to pay you X amount for this long to advertise. So once those contracts start finishing, they might start seeing some issues. But I don't think it'll go completely away. I think it will continue to be adjusted. I don't think it'll disappear. Yeah, it's not posting fell, it's how many tweets you can read each day. So if you're scrolling through your feed, let's just go for a doom scroll, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 47 tweets in how many, like that's not even a minute, right? If you have a free account, so you're not Twitter Blue, and you don't have a verified email address, that's 10% of the tweets you can read for the day. If you have an account that's not on Twitter Blue, but you have a verified phone or email address, that's 5% of the tweets you can read for the day. If you have Twitter Blue, you're verified, you pay, that's 0.5% of the tweets you can read for the day. That's the problem. Data is the currency of the virtual world. It most certainly is. You're absolutely right, Holly. Absolutely right. I need to reset because I haven't done that. Yeah, so if you're scrolling past like 20 tweets quickly, you're not reading. That's the thing. I wasn't reading those. I was scrolling through just counting them. I slowed down so that I could count them out loud, and then I kept going a little bit. But yeah, usually, and I have a lot of people in my feed who know how to post, so vast majority of them are images that are tall, that take up most of your screen, because I follow a lot of content creators, and content creators pay attention and know how to fucking post to take advantage of the algorithm. But yeah, it's, if you're following a bunch of people who post things like mood, then your feed's gonna eat up those 500 or 1K or 10K a lot faster. It's not how much you're posting, it's how many posts you're seeing. And once you hit the cap, you just don't see any more. It refuses to load any more tweets. That's it. That's it. Here's a test on a fresh computer install, search Google or others and see the results on popular topic and start searching based on your opinion. Less an hour, it'll search again. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's, that's not necessarily data farming. But yeah, it's, the original search already isn't free of stuff though, Harley. Firstly, the fact, like your IP address, your location, unless you're safe searching, like unless you're in incognito or in a safe browsing mode, that very first search will still be impacted by things like your location. They did, I think it was the Netflix documentary. There was a Netflix documentary on this years ago that they did, and it's still highly appropriate. But basically, and because, you know, Netflix, America, because they're the only country in the world that exists, of course. So it used the example of if you type in the same search terms, the same first half of a sentence in a red state versus a blue state, you'll get different things. So like if you typed in climate change is in a blue state, you'll get things like harming the planet, is ramping up, is moving faster, is blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And if you're in a red state, you'll get things like is a hoax, is fake, blah, 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 which is fucked. And they had a graph of, again, American stuff, but I found it very interesting. They had a graph of political leaning, and they had the Democrats and the Republicans, and about how, like, you know, how far right or left of center they were. And they were kind of almost overlapping a whole lot and shifting together and moving apart a little, but then coming back together. And then it hit like 2016 or like early 2010s, and they split, and then they just kept moving to opposite sides of the thing. Because of stuff like the predictive searching, you are only fed stuff that you're already going to click on. It's not going to give you search results that it doesn't think you'll click, because then what's the point? There's no advertising revenue in that, and there's no like click rate, because one of the big things is, we have a really high click rate, we show people what they want to see, so our advertising will be far more targeted. You're only going to be shown to people who have an 80% chance of clicking anyway, so it's better to spend your advertising dollars with us, right? So it makes sense why they're doing it from a business perspective, but fuck me, it's screwing the entire fucking world. Yay. But it's interesting. It is absolutely fascinating. Apparently using the Twitter site through a mobile browser rather than the app bypasses limit at the moment. Oh, interesting. That's, okay. So it's not an account flag. It has to be some kind of an in-app cookie or something like that. It's maybe false. Yeah, of course. Print media has done the same thing. I have a photo on 2 copies of the same newspaper on the same day, one from Red State, one from Blue. The front page is different, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Because they want the sale in that case. It's not a click, but it's the same thing, right? You click on something, they get your ad revenue. You buy the thing, they get your purchase revenue. Why are people money hungry and greedy? Shit. God, I have such a wicked headache. Oh. Lord. I took some painkillers at the start of stream because I was getting a little owie. But it's getting so much worse. So much worse. I went to heater, someone turned it off. It was off, no wonder it was cold. Oh my god. That's funny. Well, hopefully you warm up soon then, Zika, now that it's back on. Da, 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 da. But yeah, obviously it takes that as a baseline, and then depending on what you click and what you search, it'll start learning your patterns specifically. But yeah, fascinating, hey? Katie, Igor, Mancoon, Septic, and Enyo, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Oops, I did not mean to click that. Saving for a bit there, having to rewarm the house will be money. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's try this. Zoom. But yeah, so yeah, with regards to Twitter and its limiting, I don't think it'll go back. I think that's going to be the new norm across most platforms, honestly. I think that Facebook may be the only one that, I mean, even then we've got Meta verified that works across Facebook and Instagram. But I think the demographics of Facebook are a little bit older, and they're maybe not going to be as willing to pay for access to something that they've had for free for so long. Whereas something like Twitter, if that's how a lot of younger folk connect with their communities, then they're going to be more likely to cough up and find a way to work it into their budgets. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Faux show. No pencil. The headache. Thank you, Nord. Yeah, it's a bit rough. I haven't had one for like a while now, but all of a sudden it's like back with a vengeance. It feels like social media is dying as a whole. It's I don't think it's dying. I do not believe that it's dying. I think it's changing. And I think we're heading. So social media used to be that it was a social tool. It was a way to keep up with friends and family without having to actually contact them directly, without having to spend time with them. It was Facebook and MySpace, where you could connect with your friends and stuff there, for those of you who are that old, like me. And then we started moving towards platforms like Twitter, where instead of having it be your thing where everyone could come to your page and it has all this information about you, it became more about this is your soapbox. This is where you can stand up and microblog. You know, we had blogs, which were, you know, Twitter was originally marketed as a microblogging site. So it was, you know, you had these blogs where people could write about things that interested them, and they could deep dive, and they could include photos and videos and all this kind of stuff. And it was all geared towards a specific topic usually, or just like about their lives. And then you had Twitter, which was microblogging. So instead of having to sit there and write out a blog post and edit and format and blah, 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 you could quickly tap a tapper and shoot it off into the ether. And it was out there. So people could come to your page and learn a bit about you, sure, but more about your interests and what your values are and stuff like that. And then, and of course people would aspire, same with Facebook, you're aspiring to post the bests, the highlights, and like, hey, look at this amazing thing that happened. Like occasionally you'd see sad things as well, but usually it was more geared towards the positive. It was a highlight reel of people's lives. And then you move towards stuff like Instagram, where it's all visual. Fuck reading. You want to be able to take it in a moment. And then your videos, where you take it in a bit more than a moment, but you still don't have to read. It's visual, it's eye-catching, it's attention-grabbing, it's that kind of thing. And now we have TikTok, which has taken that to the extreme. If you don't grab somebody's attention in the first 0.5 seconds of TikTok, they swipe on. Ooh. No carapace, god damn it. I don't think that social media is dying. I think that it's becoming more, it's becoming less social and more media. Everything is curated. Everything is created with intention. Everything is designed to eventually, hopefully, maybe monetize. Look at us. Look at us in our fancy content creator hats. It's about us now. It's not about catching up with buddies. It's about positioning yourself as a performer and maximizing the dopamine hits through likes and shares and follows. It's funniest home videos in your pocket that anyone can upload to, not just who they choose and add funny sound effects to. And whether or not that's a good thing is up for debate. What is not up for debate, however, is that Twitch allows us to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes in order to turn off pre-rolls. Turning off pre-rolls can be beneficial to a channel as it can help facilitate channel growth. If you do not want to see ads, you can either subscribe to the channel, contributing to our path to Partner Plus. What the fuck? Or you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which will get you ad-free viewing across the entire platform without affecting creator income. If you do see ads, you may not see the full 3 minutes. There's a variety of factors that can influence that. And if you do see a full, that's a shared appearance. If you do see the full 3 minutes, you may not, you may see 3 ads, 6, 9. It's not about the number of ads that you're seeing. It's about the total duration of the ad break. Because it's a bit of a longer break, it's a great opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you when you return. I very much appreciate those of you who hang around through the ad breaks, as my ad revenue for the month of May was 11% of my total Twitch revenue for the month, which is certainly not insignificant. So thank you so much for watching, and we will see you after this. They said migraine this morning. Oh, Seeker, that's not fun at all. That's traumatic. It does feel that way. No, I agree. It definitely does feel like they're all fucking self-imploding. I think Twitter is probably doing the most damage to itself, but the rest of them aren't really doing that. Like, when was the last time you heard controversy about Facebook or Instagram that wasn't specifically about the lizard man? Like, they're going just fine. And TikTok is only controversial because it's Chinese. Like, Twitter and Reddit are really the ones that are like doing themselves in. It feels like it's everything because Twitter is really, really big for the gaming community. That's kind of where we congregate. But social media as a whole is not doing too badly. TikTok over Twitter, Insta 30 G over 30 according to my daughter. Yeah, and I mean, the demographic for Facebook is older. Like, there is no doubt about that whatsoever. Demographic for Facebook is certainly much older. But yeah, it's being consumers of news to being both producers and consumers of events in Ukraine, real-time live. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but even before then, we've had so many instances of it. Even before Ukraine, there's like anytime there's been an uprising, literally anywhere in the world, people are posting videos and they're being offered cash from news outlets to purchase the rights to share the video. And they're doing it. Like, it's a thing. There's a difference between generations, the context you grew up. Gen Z, they were born and grew up with everything online. Everything instant is Gen X. Is me, by the way. I grew up with parties in the kitchen. Yeah, that's it. Made me feel sad, though. It'd be so much more difficult to make genuine connections. Yeah. But I mean, like, it's also... It also is already, even before it was difficult to make genuine connections. I'm not sure, Nord, how many times you've had the experience of having what you thought was a genuine connection with somebody that you met online, only to be burned like hell 6 to 12 months later, when it turns out, nah, they were a shit human, and you just, like, but the same thing happens IRL. It's really difficult to make genuine connections in the world today, like, face to face. Just because, like, it's all, like... I mean, most of the experiences that I've had interacting with humans have not been positive. Maybe that's a gender thing, maybe it's a location thing, I don't know, but, like... I already feel that it's difficult. Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you very much, both Dupe and Mike, for the ads command there. It's like, we're coming. I was reading a quest. Totally fine. Totally fine. But yeah, it's, I think things are gonna keep changing. For me, I view it less as a social tool anyway. For me, Twitter is not a place to necessarily make friends. It's a place to make connections, which are different. It's a place for me to promote myself, to build follower numbers and engagement rates and all that kind of stuff that I can present to sponsors that I can get cash money for, because that's my job. What it does mean, though, from there on, that sounds really grim, right? But for me, what that then leads to, I get the numbers, I get the engagement, I get the sponsorships, which leads to invites to events, and to not necessarily in-person events, but like online events, like the Twitch stuff that they don't do anymore. Because of layoffs, but all that kind of stuff, that's where I find my actual personal connections. There is the rare occasion where I do this kind of thing and I promote myself via Twitter and Insta and TikTok and Facebook and blah, 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 blah. And then people who have connected with me through all of those different things go to an event that I'm at, as a great example, PAX Australia. And then we meet IRL and then we make that connection. That's... The social media is a tool to get me to those places where I can have those meetings. I don't have the meetings on Twitter. I don't meet the people on Twitter. I don't meet them on, like, they may discover me or I may discover them, but then we make those actual connections elsewhere. And maybe that's weird, but that's, I treat this like a business, and I have for a very long time. Not a particularly successful business, mind you, But a business nonetheless. Oh, there we go. I've hit my cap. Beautiful. Delightful. I'm going to log out here and I'm going to switch to my Alliance warrior. People are asked stats working customer retail customer service has gotten very bad in the last 3 years. Age or gender hardly make a difference, and young men who are kind and polite, elderly, who are really entitled and nasty. Oh, it was more the way that people treated me, Harley. Sorry, I didn't really make that super clear. There have been some experiences that I've had that when I've relayed those specific experiences to people, people who identify as women have gone, oh my god, yeah, I've had the same thing. And people who identify as men have gone, oh my god, that actually happens. And so that's what leads me to think that some of the experiences that I've had are gendered. And I mean, like, my gender has influenced that. And that's why I'm thinking also my location may have influenced that. Maybe the fact that I'm in Australia has influenced some of those experiences that I've had, especially around our, like, hugely problematic alcoholic culture and stuff like that. But yeah, who knows? Like, I'm one person, one data point in a sea of bajillions. So it's really hard to say, but you're absolutely right though. You're absolutely right that entitlement is real and that people are not great sometimes. Sometimes they're and they can be truly lovely people and then have a really bad day, and that can influence things as well. And you know, there's not, I don't believe that people I don't believe that people are good or bad. I believe that they are just people, and that their actions, excuse me, could potentially be good or bad. But yeah, it's a whole thing, isn't it? It's fascinating. Those meetings were so good. God, they stopped them not long after I was partnered. Yeah. They didn't, like, they weren't happening. There weren't many that were on at a time that I could attend, given my time zone. They were all at, like, literally 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And then, yeah, they started and then they stopped. But, and I understand why. I get it. It still bloody sucks, though. It still really sucks. I hope that they're able to sort of get back on board with, especially the educational ones. Like, the networking, depending on the day, I could take it or leave it. Some days I just don't want to people. And being thrown into a random room with a bunch of, it's kind of, you know, but obviously sometimes it works out well. But no, the educational stuff is what I really hurt for. Like, fuck, man. Do you want us to make you more money? Help us. I need to, like, one of the things that's on my everlasting to-do list is go through the creator camp on the dashboard for Twitch, because they have bucket loads of videos in there. And I feel like it would be a good idea to actually go through them and take notes and see if there's anything in there that I could actually implement that I'm not doing already. I do like their new implementation of the homepage. I'm not sure if you have that or if that's like an A/B experiment thing, but the homepage is really interesting. Bunch of very cool information there. But yeah, I really want to be able to invest more time into all this. But life, she won't let me. I'm glad I met you. And you, Nord, and you. You're a wonderful person. I'm so glad that I met you. Fingers crossed one day we'll be able to meet face to face. Maybe, one day. But, yeah, that'll require a lot of expenditure, no doubt. So no, right, expand that out to global. Women are seen globally in a certain way. Male interview. Sorry, stop. It's all good, Holly. It's all good. I'm the one who started it, literally. But yeah, but it's not just that though. Like, you know, I have experiences because I am female and I'm also female presenting. People who are male and or male presenting have their own set of horrific stories they could tell. and often don't. Because, I mean, and again, this is a very Australian perspective, but they're told to take a shot of concrete. Man up. Like, literally, man up. Like, you know, then that's not good. But yeah, so like, life is not exactly easy. But yeah, it's social media, eh? The only, like, I think the only thing that makes it social these days over more traditional forms of media, let's say a newspaper, even speaking about a newspaper that has a website with articles shown and listed online, the big difference between social media and that kind of media is that the traditional media will have a comment section where you can pop a comment in. Maybe you can reply to other people's comments. Maybe, possibly, not always, possibly. But then for social media, you can interact back and forward. You can have a whole conversation. Like, literally look at Twitter's most recent releases for their algorithm. They've, you know, made it public on GitHub or whatever. The most recent releases, if you tweet and someone responds to your tweet and there is another response to that response, that tweet goes sky high for the algorithm. Because it's encouraging conversation. The whole point of Twitter, the whole thing behind their algorithm at the moment is that they're trying to push having a conversation with other people, the exchange of ideas. And if you manage to do that, if your tweet inspires conversation, that tweet and your account as a whole gets a boost in the rankings. So, like, what does that tell you? That's what they're considering to be social. And that the comments don't have to be, like, you know, in agreeance with each other either. It could be a spirited debate. The only time it's going to go bad is if people start throwing bloody insults and you having to report people. But yeah, it's interesting. Fingers crossed, absolutely not. And failing that, we'll just have to hang out and lurk at each other's streams for the rest of eternity. Cough, Black Mirror coughed. Okay, stop right the fuck there. I haven't had time to see the new season. That's it. Finished. We are not discussing it. I fucking love Black Mirror. I watched everything. I've seen every episode up until the most recent stuff like 3 or 4 times over. It is hugely awesome, and I have not had a chance to watch the most recent stuff because it's not something that I'm going to stick on in the background and listen to. I want to watch it properly, and I haven't had the chance to do so. So politely and with a smile, we're cutting off that conversation right there. Because if anyone spoils it, I will gut you like a fish. I'm kidding, obviously, but I would be very, very unhappy. Harley, is that a spoiler? After that whole rant that I just went on? Season 1. No, that was about social media score being, like, for the, fucking rentals and shit, and the social clubs and stuff like that. I don't remember there being oh no, was it dating apps? Must have been a dating app in it or something. Just let's not at all. Yeah, let's just to be safe, not at all. Yes, there is a new season of Black Mirror. It is on Netflix only as Netflix funded it. So using Twitter more followers than someone else meant popularity. It did, because people follow you and like you. I mean, that's the definition of popularity, right, Daz? You have more friends. The popular people... Look, popular music is the music that is listened to by the most people. That's literally the definition of popular. So having more followers means that you have a popular profile. That is literally what that means. Shooting for the first time this week, as I'm watching season 1, 4 episodes in. Have fun, Seeker. Have fun. there are the extent of the conversation I'll have is that there are a couple of episodes that made me kind of stop watching for a few days, and I had to kind of step back and process and really kind of how do I feel about this? It is incredibly well done. The whole thing is just so good. Enjoy. But yes, we're gonna stop before I literally, that was a steak knife. Before I literally stabbed myself accidentally in the thigh. Oh boy, head owie. Thank you for clarifying on that, by the way, Holly. I appreciate. Oh. My head hurts so much. It's just so painful. Some seriously mindfucking episodes. Some that are thought-provoking. Yeah. Yeah, and some that are everything. Just literally everything. But I might actually recommend, Seeker, that if you are watching it on 2x speed, that you don't. Black Mirror is one of those things where there are moments that are like, it's like a half-second glance or something. It's so minutely choreographed that if you're watching on anything except for like regular speed or slower, that you may genuinely miss huge chunks of context. Just be careful with it. Just be careful with it. And I mean that from the best of places, because I want you to enjoy it and I want you to get the whole everything. But yeah, it's yeah. So yeah, look, I do. And I know that, you know, I'm never going to usually be able to convince you to not, you know, to watch things at the speed they were intended. But if you're going to watch anything at normal speed, this is it. This is the one. Yeah, it's pretty full on. Ah, gotcha. Really don't do it with this thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's not like a comedy where the timing could be off or whatever. Like it's, you know, it's there are especially some moments that you don't, your brain might not like you for rushing through them. Yeah. I'm sure you need to leave alone for a few days at times. Absolutely. There were a couple of times where, like, you'd finish an episode and you're just staring at the screen like, what the fuck just happened? And then just uncontrollable sobbing out of nowhere because you realize that it's the truth. And then you just gotta leave it for a couple of days and let yourself normalize before you start watching the next episode, because it's just fucking up. Like, it's good stuff, but it's a long, hard look in the mirror. I enjoy the shows portray what we can as human society be in face of adversity. Apocalypse. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's the big thing, right? Humans can be horrible, terrible creatures in the face of adversity. But they can also be just unbelievably incredible. Absolutely batshit amazing, coming together and helping everyone get what they, even if they themselves were affected, joining in with the effort to get everyone where we need to go, kind of thing. Like, it's, yeah. Humans are complex creatures. I watch it closely, a lot of nuanced content. Some need 2 to 3 watches to get everything. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There's so much. Almost like seeing yourself in the characters and then hating it and also loving it and then hating it. And like being like, oh, they're like me. Oh, they're like me. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. But I think that's good art. And yes, I am one of those people who believe that television and movies and video games and can be art. Are art. Some of them are not necessarily good art, but they're art nonetheless.
Sunwell.
Cam, thank you so much for the resub. Ah, congratulations on the new Drake. Well done. But yeah, like, and Black Mirror is one of those things that is definitely art. Like, excuse me, art is designed to make you feel anything, something. It doesn't have to be good or bad or halfway between. Does not matter. It is designed to make you feel. And Black Mirror does that in spades. It makes you think. It makes you feel. It encourages and inspires debate. Two people sitting next to each other, sharing a life, can watch it and come out of it with two completely different interpretations. And it's just spectacular. But make sure that your support network is a thing. Because there are some real hard truths. There are some messed up themes. Make sure you have access to people or helplines or hotlines or whatever, just something that can help you decompress. Because it can get very full on, especially if you are a person, if you're someone who considers themselves to not have any triggers, then that's great and fantastic, but it can still be quite heavy duty. And if you are someone who has been through trauma, who has 1 or 5 or 12 things that can possibly trigger you and can send you into a bit of a space, then make sure you have that shit on speed dial, because it just, the way that it smacks you out of the blue is spectacular, but it can do damage. So just take care of yourself. Anyway. I think, look, important things that need to be talked about, things that need to be brought to the forefront are often the hardest to talk about. And the hardest to watch, and the hardest to hear. Yeah. And that's no exception here. Yeah, can we stop, Harley? Because Seeker very specifically said that she's still watching the first season this week. That's why I've very much not said anything specific about any specific episodes. What you are doing here is spoilering it for somebody else. Like spoilering, fuck me. What you are doing right now is spoiling an episode for another person. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you for the apology. It's why when you're in a situation like this with chat moving and stuff like that, it can be really important to make sure that you are, if you're participating, that you're reading at least as much as you possibly can of what's coming through. I know there's bot messages and stuff like that, but which can make it a bit difficult. But yeah, it is important. Yes. Story spoilers. I mean, I would suggest going and chatting in the spoilers channel if you wanted to talk about stuff specifically, but no. Because, I mean, obviously, if you're trying to avoid story spoilers from WoW and then you go in there looking for the Black Mirror stuff, then that's going to be a problem. Maybe. Do you guys have the ability to start a thread? If you go into the spoilers channel, you could probably start a thread on Black Mirror discussion specifically, and then people who don't want to see it yet can, like, dodge. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can do that. Let's see. Put in the spoilers, not the story spoilers. From some old trash. Yes, Holly. Smashing it. Okay, maybe we won't do the thread thing then. Is the next battle gonna be last? Yes, it will be, because it's 9:30. That makes sense. Oh, my head is imploding. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Every so often I catch a look in the camera of my little stars, and I love them so much. They make me really happy. I'm happy. I don't know, do you recommend a brand for a slow cooker? I saw Instant Pot and Crock Pot. I bought my slow cooker from Kmart. I don't know. I can't afford expensive shit. I can't afford brand. Although Instant Pot, I'm pretty sure just went into administration, so you might find it a little difficult to find. Manel, Mike, Spring, Sen, and Rin, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship, well done. You might find it difficult to get Instant Pot stuff because they're gone bankrupt. Although there's probably like the last of the stock. They also own Pyrex, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. But yeah, no, I literally just bought my slow cooker from Kmart. I couldn't tell you. I mean, they all do the same fucking thing, don't they? Like, they're all a really heavy ceramic pot that heats up to like low or high. And then like auto on some of them, like my one, for example, if I set it to auto, it goes to high for 4 hours and then drops to low until you turn it off. I mean, I imagine others would be different. Some have like fancier settings and stuff, but I've never come across a recipe that didn't work in my basic bitch, simple ass slow cooker. It's all about knowing the size of it, really. When you buy it, look at the label on the box, it tells you how big it is, and that's about it. That's all you really need. I was listening to Spoiler Eater's chat this time. For Telegram chat with him. If it was a movie, we gave it a week. If it was TV series, we gave it 24 hours. And not anything was game. But they're at our own risk. Interesting. It is an element under a ceramic pot. I reckon most would be the same. Yeah, unless you're looking for delayed time. Yeah, there's some of the fancier stuff you don't get with the cheapy ones. But, yeah. I just like it before. I mean, if you want the fancy settings, then there's a need for them because that's your needs, but I haven't needed them before. But it'll depend on the individual. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I took painkillers like at the start of stream-ish, didn't I? How long do you have to wait before you can take them again? Holy balls. I feel like someone is slicing through the top of my skull with a really hot knife. And it hurts. A lot. 1 to 2 with water every 4 to 6. It's been at least 4 hours. I think we're good. Maximum 8 and 24. I've got no hope of hitting that, so I'll be fine. Yeah, no, slow cookers and pressure cookers are not the same thing. Key is in the name. One of them cooks with pressure. The other cooks with slow. Pressure cookers are perfectly safe when used exactly according to the directions. Perfectly safe. The problem comes in when we are humans and people go, oh, I'm pretty sure that was what I was supposed to do. I'm not going to check the manual though. And then they do the wrong thing and then it literally explodes and maims and or kills people. Zero Wi-Fi required. I'm not spending an extra $150 on a goddamn slow cooker for it to have a Wi-Fi connection so that I can begin the cook from home. If the stuff is sitting in the pot on the bench before you press the go button, you're gonna end up with bloody food poisoning. It's fine, I read the box. I like to read the fucking manual myself. As in, like, I like to read the manual personally. That wasn't like I like to read it myself. I don't want you to read it. It's, yeah. I said it and then I'm like, that's not what I meant. That came out totally different. But no, I always check. always, always, always check myself. Because not just that, but like stuff can be different from brand to brand, from pill to pill, everything. It can be different. Often it's not. But the one time that you assume it's the same is the one time it's going to be different. So you might as well always check. So we're good. I checked. Yeah, so we're 4 hours. We're good. My pressure cooker. Yeah, I don't trust myself. I trust that pressure cookers are perfectly safe when used exactly according to direction, but I know that I would mess something up and it would, you know. Plus, I like my slow cookers. Pressure cookers are sealed and you don't get as much of the smell permeating throughout the house. Whereas a slow cooker, you get the tasty smells and I have had both used in my home. But yeah, the pressure cooker just doesn't do the same. I don't know. So, Wi-Fi maker this. I bet you it fucking exists. Excuse me. Check the temperature on your slow cooker from anywhere. Change it from high to low or low to high with the touch of a button in our app. It has maintenance for 6 hours every evening. Remember many antibody references to the dangers of pressure cookers? Look, if when used incorrectly, they are bloody dangerous. Really bloody dangerous. There is pressure cookers are used in the building of homemade bombs, for God's sake. Like there are some dangers to them. When you use the product, when you use the tool according to its directions, it's perfectly safe. But you have to use it according to its directions. And a lot of folk don't, they tweak and they do, and it's not great. Okay, if your chef says no, I'm gonna go with a no. Yeah. Yeah. Look, pressure cookers are great for it's like slow cooking on crack. Like you'd slow cook something, but you do it really quickly. I just don't think it's worth it, personally. I just put stuff on in the morning. And if I don't have time to do the prep in the morning, then I do the prep beforehand and put it in containers in the fridge or the freezer or whatever, and then I just dump everything out into the slow cooker in the morning, turn it on, go to work, and come home to dinner. Love it. Anzo, come back here. May I have my Stone of the Earth? I may not. So cooking something really quickly just sounds like Chick's Notes cooking. Yeah, but if you just cook something like beef cheek or something like that, it gets really tough and chewy and things. You've got to do the whole low and slow with those kind of cuts, right? The really cheap, like the chuck beef and stuff like that. It's got to be low and slow to get it tender and actually, edible. Pressure cookers can do the low and slow, but fast. That's the thing. It can there's other stuff that it can do as well, but it's just, to me, it's not worth it. Especially considering how much kitchen space I have, and I do not have room for another bloody gadget. I will take my slow cooker. You understand what you're saying? Yeah. Fill slow cooker with cooked breakfast stuff, put on before bed, wake up to cooked breakfast. Yes. Although it won't do you a fried egg very well. And it won't do things like bacon and stuff like that, it won't. Yeah. But if you're wanting a big pot of oatmeal, yes. Pottage. Breakfast soup. Breakfast soup is good. But yeah, it's all that kind of stuff. If you want to make your own broth, slow cooker's a really good way to do it, especially if you've got a stovetop that has an open flame. Because you can't, if you're trying to do stock, like chicken stock or chicken broth or something like that, and you're doing that in a big crock pot on the stove, you can't really leave that on overnight. You can leave a slow cooker on overnight though, so you can pop all your stuff in there and you can just leave it for days, and it all does its thing. So yeah, it's quite a handy little tool. Mulled wine. brilliant in a slow cooker. In case you haven't done it before. You don't have to, that doesn't have to be alcoholic either. Get a non-alcoholic red. Toss in your spices. A couple of cinnamon sticks. Some orange wedges. Go ham. So good. So damn good. Just go easy on the clove.
You
oh my goodness.
prepared.
Hey, Loz. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Sharks, Drek, Loz, welcome back.
By the sun.
Hope you're all doing wonderfully well today. Happy Sunday. How was your stream? What you up to? Thank you so much for the resub as well. 12 months, my god. Oh my god, didn't you have a gig with non-alcoholic wine love at one point? I did. Wasn't... basically, it was a here is free product, please post about it. So not technically sponsored or any of that kind of jazz, but it was a product in exchange for... Yes! Product in exchange for content, which I will take. You got 2 bottles today. Well done, Loz. Congratulations. For those of you who haven't been here before, I'm Fia. It is lovely to meet you. Fia has the shiny. Fia has the shiny. Fia got the shiny. Fia did get the shiny. I am predominantly a Blizzard content creator. Lots of WoW. I've been playing a lot of D4 lately. And yeah, just chill hangs, basically. Lots and lots of chit chat while we just sort of chill out. Yeah, I hope you're all having a lovely end to your weekend. Oh, excuse me. I have the worst headache in the history. I'm exaggerating, but my head very much hurts at the moment, so I've just taken some painkillers. But we're trucking along. We're trucking along. Here we go. Hello, Mimic. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the grats, Dunno. Much appreciated. Oh, man. Reset all instances. Zone back in. Look, we're down to two more things to get. So that's good. It'd be interesting to see what happens when we, like, go in 10 times for Panzer, go in 10 times for Panzer on the other server, and then be like, now what? I have to find something that I can... Actually, no, I know exactly what I can do. Never mind. Stuff that is non-instanced. While we wait for the clock to tick down. But I'll be fine. I've got plenty of stuff I can do. Get that, collection rank up. Was it 1422 when I looked earlier today? Global. It's not terrible, but it's also not great. We'll get there. Get there. Or a beetle. I haven't seen them in a little while. Alright, Anoopsha! Haven't seen you in a very long time and I would like to see you now. Okay, no, never mind. It was worth a try. Let's go see if Anzor exists. No Panzer. Waiting for that moment where it's like, nope, too many for you. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Okay. Alright, a Noobshire. Let's go. Gimme, gimme. Ah. That's not what I wanted. That's fine. No Panzer. Rare spawns. Should spawn less rarely. Oh, still letting me in. Probably should have turned saves instances on, but I didn't. another black. That's a BRD zone drop, but it's one I've already got. I didn't know they could drop from those. That's interesting. Oh, hydrate. Okay. Another hydrate. Come on, a noob shower. Right. I should go and talk to the vendors at the entrance. Methinks. Plot to send you to a bio break. I mean, it won't be a bio break. It's 9:54. I'm all out of bio breaks. Oh, excuse. Hope you're doing well, Trip. Welcome back.
Well, spit it out.
What's that? Let's sort this. This way. These ones.
Hurry back.
Let's go check for Panzer. All part of the plan. I am concerned. I like closing the radio my bag when it's sorting. Get to see everything move around. No. Oh, I'm good. I'm fine. Okay, here we go. Go check for Panzor. Panzor. Yes. Panzor is awake. My god, can I get the Stone of the Earth? Can we finish on like a super high note and then all I have to do is Ring of Law on Platewearer? That would be beautiful. That would just be absolutely gorgeous. Stone of the Earth. Oh. Oh. That's right. I am gonna hearth out of here now though, because it's 10 PM. We're not gonna keep going. We are done. We are done. Whoa. Oh, and I can show you the, hang on. I need to update this. It still says June. We have a new pretty picture. New pretty picture. Could you or just cost up all the ingredients for the food channel? Aw. That's so kind of you, Mike. That's so kind of you. I can definitely have a look. Let me, hang on. You know I'm gonna forget. So I'm gonna put it on the cost up filled pork recipe in food channel for Mike _H_1701. That's so kind of you. Now it's on my to-do list, so I won't forget. I may not get it done tomorrow. It's July now, which means tax time. Yay. But I will, it's on the to-do list now, so I won't forget that it exists. It might just take me a little while to do it. I hope that's okay. Why are you calling me a goddess? It's a little bit strange. Yeah, you've done that before, and I've asked you not to before. Could we not, please? But I'm doing well, kind of. I have a really bad headache, but apart from that, I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're doing well as well. Welcome back. Yeah, there's a difference between being strange and intentionally crossing other people's boundaries, though. There's a big difference there. I've very specifically told you, like, please don't. So yeah, please don't. But I do hope that you're doing well. I will search. That's a very good question though. For Mike. Yeah, I do also feel like you're ignoring Jab, the fact that we're asking you to stop. Because I mean, like, you did say you're strange, and that's an excuse, but it's not a, like, last time you didn't address it either, and when I called you out on it, you just kind of stopped talking for the day. So be aware that if you do it again, I will ban you. Okay? That's your last warning. I've asked you politely, so if you do it again, I will ban you. It makes me uncomfortable, and I don't like it. Good. Okay. Find. Because you can search, like, from users. So let's see if I can. In March, dude. It was posted back in March. 15th of March. Oh no, February. First it was in February, then it was in March. With some, because it was an image with the marinade ingredients and then the destructions in like text instead. Yeah. But yeah, you can, if you jump, you can type in like from and then put Mike's username. And then it'll come up with all of Mike's posts in all the different channels. You can then narrow it down by channel as well in the search box if you want to, but that's up to you. Depends on how you want to roll. Monchik, Flash, STV, and 2 Down. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. And we're done for the day because my head is going to explode and then I'll get banned from Twitch. We don't want that. Look, maybe some of you do, but I certainly don't. Alrighty. The wrong image with the treacle toffee. Yes, yes, that one as well. I did see that and went, ooh, but no. It's fine, it's fine. Alrighty. Let us do a thing. You feel better? Thank you, Al. Yes, exploding anatomy is probably against, or just a little bit. Just a little bit against us, right? Oh, fuck. Yeah, look, it's, we don't want that. Oh, look, I'm on the front page. Alright. Backfill is trippy. Ooh. Yeah, that works. We can do that. I mean, they may not have a specific clause about that. May fall under the category. We didn't think we needed to say that. Oh no, they have those categories too. Oh my god! If you've ever actually like, if any of you haven't read through Twitch's community guidelines and their terms of service and stuff, it's stuff you didn't think, like things you didn't think they'd have to say. They have to say it. Because otherwise someone will get banned and then point to it and go, but you didn't say I couldn't. There are specific clauses against self-harm. So I would imagine that exploding heads would you could argue that it could come under self-harm, even though I'm not actually inflicting it on myself. But then there's also like a lot of like violence and that kind of thing. Obviously video games have violence in them, a lot of them. So that kind of thing, there's like, you know, but if you had a video game that had a rather explicitly rendered scene of a head exploding, chances are the game would be rated such that the content classification labels would apply. Now that they have those, that's the thing that we need to use. So it would probably come under mature rated game. Then there's also violent and graphic depictions, simulations and or depictions of realistic violence, gore, extreme injury, or death. So if I didn't have that on there and my head went kaboom, then I would probably... The thing is, though, those content classification things, they rely on people reporting it. Twitch does not have the time or the manpower to go through and scrape through every single stream, making sure you're using the right stuff. But if someone came in here and saw that and went, wait a second, that's not the kind of content I was expecting to see here, they could report me. And then Twitch would review it and go, yep, she didn't have the violence thing ticked and she had an exploding head, therefore, ban. And then how long I would be banned or suspended for would depend on all sorts of things, I would imagine. I don't think I have any previous strikes. So I do have a couple of old, but they're really, I'm talking like 4 or 5 years old, where I was so wrapped up in the person that we raided that I forgot to turn my stream off. So my stream was sitting there on the ending screen, muted, but on the end screen for like 12 hours plus. And I did it twice in the space of 6 months. So I got suspended for 24 hours both of those times. But I think that it was long enough ago. Like I'm talking, I wasn't even living in this home long enough ago. So I think that was long enough ago that they probably have fallen off my account by now. And I do believe they got me for streaming under the wrong category because I had it flagged as World of Warcraft, but it was obviously not WoW. It was an ending screen. So that's, yeah. Yep. Good. You view the stream. No, all good, Boot. Not a problem at all. No, never need to apologize for lurking. Go back here. Under goodies. Love disclaimers. Since suspension, it means someone has done it previously. Yeah, right? And not even necessarily that someone has done it, but that it's happened somewhere so that this person, like Twitch, I would imagine that some of the stuff that they have in the rules on Twitch, excuse me, they weren't actually inspired by a particular person doing it, but it was inspired by what people thought people would do, which is kind of almost funnier. And he just mentioned you figure someone probably actually did. Yeah, I know there's a list of games you can't stream on Twitch. This was like, what in the world? Not games that I considered looking for and or would exist. The hate ones weren't that shocking, but some of the other special interest games were curious titles. Yeah. Yep. Also, there's a website that has like a definitive list of every video game that exists kind of thing. And if the game's not on that list, you can't select it as a category. Therefore, you can't technically stream it. Unless it's something that fits into retro or it fits into, like you could stream under just chatting or something like that, but you got to be careful with that. Because, yeah, the folks in those kind of categories are pretty protective of their categories because they're so broad. If you had it explode, you probably wouldn't need to worry about it though. You are not wrong, Duplicate Helix. That would be the least, being banned from Twitch would probably be lower on the list of my concerns at that point. Can you take with this subject thing? Oh, you're very welcome, Trip. I'm like, every so often I'm kind of pausing to think I probably shouldn't be using these specific words. How can I say this that is not as, yeah, but look, it's difficult to talk about without using certain phrases, so it's a thing. But I have got a very, very wicked headache, so it's a thing. If it was a rebel 4 or 5 years ago, more like an idiot, but that's fine. Best you not explode then. Don't think Twitch violations are the main reason we don't want you. Right? Yep, that's it. Internet ancient history, far out, Sid, right? Fear a rebel? Never. I mean, my lipstick today is literally called Rebellion. Like. Are you gonna be able to see it? See? Or is it focusing on my hand instead? Yeah, there you go. Rebellion. Also, my nails weren't actually blue. They were like sea green. And then I dyed my hair and now they're stained. Apparently green plus pink equals blue. Good. That's a pretty schedule. Thank you. I like my schedules. They're pretty handy, hey. I quite like the way that they look. Hey, look, everyone. July. It is a cool color. I agree. So, it's July. Sure, whatever. Today was Sunday the 2nd. We did 80 Dart. Tomorrow is Monday the 3rd. We're going to do Mount for Monday. Wednesday, we're going to do Zaralek Caverns Collecting, and we're going to raid for the first time in a month, if they'll have me. We'll see. Friday, we'll be playing D4. Sunday, 80 Dart. You can see a pattern here. So 1015 is releasing on July 11/12, depending on your time zone. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're gonna explore some of the new stuff, do some new story, do some new things. So like just, yeah, I don't know exactly what we're gonna do, but we're gonna do something. And then D4 stuff, and we don't know exactly when the D4 season is gonna launch either. So we'll just play that by ear too. But it's a pretty damn consistent schedule this month, isn't it? It's a damn consistent schedule, and there's no extra streams, but there's also not a day off. So we'll see. Include the pork loins in the casting, of course. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it, Mike? Kind of hilarious. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's do a raid so that I can go and put my head under a pillow. This one. Grab your copy paste. Should be a shame if something happened to that neat and planned schedule. What are you doing, duplicate? The build stream will obviously, the PC build will obviously be somewhere during this month. I'm not going to edit it in. I will give you guys a couple days warning in Discord and on my Twitch schedule, but it won't go into the graphic. So just keep your eye out for that. I'll probably post about it in the welcome channel. That's going to be the easiest way for people to find it without it getting buried. Good. Grab your copy paste if you don't have the Fialma hype emote, either because you're not a subscriber or because you are not... You have not unlocked it using your channel points. Either of which is totally fine. Just replace, copy paste, replace Fialma hype with your favorite happy hypey celebratory emote and drop it into C Thrift's channel. When we get there, C Thrift is a wonderful, lovely human. And we're gonna go say hi. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. And I'll see you tomorrow. Or love. Mwah. Bye guys.
Want some of my jungle love?